All right, all right, all right. All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to another one. Here we go again, like Finnegan. Welcome back, Wayfarer. Wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission, I hope you are doing well. Saturday in the Temple here in Twilight Zone, Old Peking, Central Kingdom of the Celestial Dragon, far behind the bamboo firewall. Old Frank Monday having a cup of the black magic. Wishing you well, Wayfarer. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up for YouTube's algobots. Keep them barking like Pavlov's dog, right? You know how they love to chase their fucking tail around and bark like they got a bee in their bonnet. But that's good magic for us, man, because that'll help out the channel quite a bit. In fact, let's create a new banner. We got a new banner incoming. Let's see, how do we go? Frater Sal Smith, Esoteric Order of Daegon, and let's see, Adeptus Exemptus. Wow, quite a thing, really. Adeptus Exemptus. Guys, we have got a new banner on the banner wall here, and it's going to go right underneath your Grand Wizard. So here's how it's going to go, man. We've got your Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, Frank Monday, friend and well-wisher. This one, guys, this goes out to Frater Sal Smith of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, Adeptus Exemptus. Thank you for your recent membership. That's a big deal, man. Thank you for the contribution. What a wonderful thing, man. I can't say enough about the kindness and generosity that people extend from time to time across the aether waves from out of Happy Land. You just never know, man. You never know who's watching and who's going to become a future supporter. It's kind of a big deal. It really is. In fact, I would reflect momentarily on a transmission I did the other night. It was about a 3-hour transmission, and a gal named Zephyr Axolotl, I guess she considers her a fish creature, which is pretty cool. But we had a bit of a falling out due to the fact that she touched my bottom line. And, you know, everyone's got to have a bottom line at some point. And occasionally you touch someone's bottom line and you have crossed into the realm of the hated, I guess. I don't know. Those of contempt. So maybe you cross into the realm of the contemptuous and the hated, and that's the opposite of love, right? And I kind of I may have gone too far into my feelers on that one, you know, because when you touch someone's body, I'll tell you guys what it was, like just talking shit about Mr. T, El Presidente of the United States of America. That's just that's a step too far, in my opinion. You've gone over the line. But then you have the absolute opposite end of the spectrum, an individual like Frater Sal Smith, Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, that just comes straight out of the heart after just watching a couple of shows and joins the order and gives a genuine, sincere, beautiful gift of love to the channel. So what a thing, really. And that's happened a couple of times, man. I'll tell you guys. There was Monsieur Tiedrick back in the day. He was a huge supporter of the channel. I don't even know what happened to that guy, man. He just disappeared. He was an alligator wrangler down in Florida. Dude would show up with 2 alligators on dog leashes, one under his left foot and one under his right foot. He'd ride up out of the swamps with a straw hat on and a fucking Cuban cigar in his mouth, and show up with like a case of whiskey. And that was him, man. That was Monsieur Tiedrick, Jeff Tiedrick. He was a hell of a dude, But yeah, he's passed into the abodes of the aether, right? The abodes of beyond. He's gone beyond the veil. Hadn't seen him in a long, long time. So he was probably numero uno in stepping up big time like Frater Sal Smith, man. Big deal. Big deal. Really, my sincere gratitude and a million thank yous to you, sir. 1,000 million, a million, so on and so forth. Yeah, and then after Monsieur Tiedrick was next in a long line of advocates, initiates, and neophytes was Crystal. What was her name exactly? I want to say Crystal K. My bad, Crystal K. I haven't seen you in a while. She stepped up next after Monsieur Tiedrick and made great honorific contributions to the channel and made all the work worthwhile because had a sincere interest in the study of magic, watched no small number of videos, right? And I was hoping to get in direct personal communication with her after her many gifts to the channel, and to putting the lead in my pencil, the jelly in my donut, the pep in my step, keep me rolling with the punches, with my nose to the grindstone, right? And I wrote a song for her. I think I sang it to her, and some poetry as well, because she was just giving ongoing support, right? So what a wonderful thing, what a treat, what an inspiration for folks to do stuff like that. And Free Gift from God was next in line, came in hard in the Discord, dropping PDF files on magic and talking a gang of shit. Good man, Free Gift from God. He's definitely higher in the ranks of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. Crystal K was the first true initiate to the EOD, Eastern Star Division. And then after that, Chris A made a huge contribution with a wonderful video production that he did of the Lunar Light Entertainment Record 2013 edition, spinning on a turntable. You're going to see that in just a second, guys. You're going to see that in just a second. In fact, with it on my mind, let me roll back this music a little bit. I just remembered it was playing in the background. With that in mind, take a deep breath. Oh, hold for a moment and command yourself to relax as we have a little looka in honor of Frater Sal Smith of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, a presentation of a video I did a long time ago, The Silver Key by H.P. Lovecraft. And check out this spinning record, man. This was a contribution from Chris A. of War of the Worlds, 1944 edition. Really, really good. You guys probably want to check him out. I'll put his link here in the YouTubes here in a minute. And I'll also put the link to the Discord. And this, yeah, like I said, this goes out to Frater Sal Smith. So let's check it out. Lunar Light Entertainment proudly presents a short story by Howard Philip Lovecraft, The Silver Key. When Randolph Carter was 30, he lost the key of the Gate of Dreams. Prior to that time, he had made up for the prosiness of life by nightly excursions to strange and ancient cities beyond space, and lovely, unbelievable garden lands across ethereal seas. But as middle age hardened upon him, he felt that these liberties slipping away little by little, until at last he was cut off altogether. No more could his galleys sail up the river Okranos past the gilded spires of Thran, or his elephant caravans tramp through perfumed jungles in Kled, where forgotten palaces with veined ivory columns sleep lovely and unbroken under the moon. He had read much of things as they are, and talked with too many people. Well-meaning philosophers had taught him to look into the logical relations of things and analyze the processes which shape his thoughts and fancies. Wonder had gone away, and he had forgotten that all life is only a set of pictures in the brain, among which there is no difference betwixt those born of real things and those born of inward dreamings, and no cause to value the one above the other. Custom had dinned into his ears a superstitious reverence for that which tangibly and physically exists, and had made him secretly ashamed to dwell in visions. Wise men told him his simple fancies were inane and childish, and he believed it because he could see that they might easily be so. What he failed to recall was that the deeds of reality are just as inane and childish, and even more absurd because their actors persist in fancying them full of meaning and purpose, as the blind cosmos grinds aimlessly on from nothing to something and from something back to nothing again, neither heeding nor knowing the wishes or existence of the minds that flicker for a second now and then in the darkness. They had chained him down to things that are, and had then explained the workings of those things till mystery had gone out of the world, when he complained and longed to escape into twilight realms where magic molded all the little vivid fragments and prized associations of his mind into vistas of breathless expectancy and unquenchable delight. They had turned him instead toward the newfound prodigies of science, bidding him find wonder in the atom's vortex and mystery in the sky's dimensions. And when he had failed to find these boons in things whose laws are known and measurable, they told him he lacked imagination and was immature because he preferred dream illusions to the illusions of our physical creation. So Carter had tried to do as others did and pretended that the common events and emotions of earthly minds were more important than the fantasies of rare and delicate souls. He did not dissent when they told him that the animal pain of a stuck pig or dyspeptic plowman in real life is a greater thing than the peerless beauty of Nerath with its 100 carven gates and domes of Chalcedony, which he dimly remembered from his dreams, and under their guidance he cultivated a painstaking sense of pity and tragedy. Once in a while, though, he could not help seeing how shallow, fickle, and meaningless all human aspirations are, and how emptily our real impulses contrast with those pompous ideals we profess to hold. Then he would have recourse to the polite laughter they had taught him to use against the extravagance and artificiality of dreams, for he saw that the daily life of our world is every inch as extravagant and artificial, and far less worthy of respect because of its poverty in beauty and its silly reluctance to admit its own lack of reason and purpose. In this way he became a kind of humorist, for he did not see that even humor is empty in a mindless universe devoid of any true standard of consistency or inconsistency. In the first days of his bondage he had turned to the gentle churchly faith endeared to him by the naive trust of his fathers, for thence stretched mystic avenues which seemed to promise escape from life. Only on closer view did he mark the starved fancy and beauty, the stale and prosy triteness, and the owlish gravity and grotesque claims of solid truth which reigned boresomely and overwhelmingly among most of its professors, or feel to the fool the awkwardness with which it sought to keep alive as literal fact the outgrown fears and guesses of a primal race confronting the unknown. It wearied Carter to see how solemnly people tried to make earthly reality out of old myths, which every step of their boasted science confuted. And this misplaced seriousness killed the attachment he might have kept for the ancient creeds, had they been content to offer the sonorous rites and emotional outlets in their true guise of ethereal fantasy. But when he came to study those who had thrown off the old myths, he found them even more ugly than those who had not. They did not know that beauty lies in harmony, and that loveliness of life has no standard amidst an aimless cosmos, save only its harmony with the dreams and the feelings which gone before and blindly molded our little spheres out of the rest of chaos. They did not see that good and evil and beauty and ugliness are only ornamental fruits of perspective, whose sole value lies in their linkage to what chance made our fathers think and feel, and whose finer details are different for every race and culture. Instead, they either denied these things altogether or transferred them to the crude, vague instincts which they shared with the beasts and peasants, so that their lives were dragged malodorously out in pain, ugliness, and disproportion, yet filled with a ludicrous pride at having escaped from something no more unsound than that which still held them. They had traded the false gods of fear and blind piety for those of license and anarchy. Carter did not taste deeply of these modern freedoms, for their cheapness and squalor sickened a spirit-loving beauty alone, while his reason rebelled at the flimsy logic with which their champions tried to gild brute impulse with a sacredness stripped from the idols they had discarded. He saw that most of them, in common with their cast-off priestcraft, could not escape from the delusion that life has a meaning apart from that which men dream into it, and could not lay aside the crude notion of ethics and obligations beyond those of beauty, even when all nature shrieked of its unconsciousness and impersonal unmorality in the light of their scientific discoveries. Warped and bigoted with preconceived illusions of justice, freedom, and consistency, they cast off the old lore and the old ways with the old beliefs, nor ever stopped to think that the lore and those ways were the sole makers of their present thoughts and judgments, and the sole guides and standards in a meaningless universe without fixed aims or stable points of reference. Having lost these artificial settings, their lives grew void of direction and dramatic interest, till at length they strove to drown their ennui in bustle and pretended usefulness, noise and excitement, barbaric display and animal sensation. When these things paled, disappointed, or grew nauseous through revulsion, they cultivated irony and bitterness, and found fault with the social order. Never could they realize that their brute foundations were as shifting, as contradictory as the gods of their elders, and that the satisfaction of one moment is the bane of the next. Calm, lasting beauty comes only in dream, and this solace the world had thrown away when in its worship of the real it threw away the secrets of childhood and innocence. Amidst this chaos of hollowness and unrest, Carter tried to live as befitted a man of keen thought and good heritage. With his dreams fading under the ridicule of the age, he could not believe in anything, but the love of harmony kept him close to the ways of his race and station. He walked impassive through the cities of men, and sighed because no vista seemed fully real, because every flash of yellow sunlight on tall roofs and every glimpse of balustrated plazas in the first lamps of evening served only to remind him of dreams he had once known, and to make him homesick for the ethereal lands he no longer knew how to find. Travel was only a mockery, and even the Great War stirred him but little, though he served from the first in the Foreign Legion of France. For a while he sought friends, but soon grew weary of the crudeness of their emotions, and the sameness and earthiness of their visions. He felt vaguely glad that all his relatives were distant and out of touch with him, for they could not have understood his mental life. That is, none but his grandfather and great-uncle Christopher could, and they were long dead. Then he began once more the writing of books, which he had left off when dreams first failed him, but here, too, was there no satisfaction or fulfillment, for the touch of earth was upon his mind, and he could not think of lovely things as he had done of yore. Ironic humor dragged down all the twilight minarets he reared, and the earthly fear of improbability blasted all the delicate and amazing flowers in his fairy gardens. The convention of assumed pity spilt mawkishness on his characters, while the myth of an important reality and significant human events and emotions debased all his high fantasy into thin veiled allegory and cheap social satire. His new novels were successful as his old ones had never been, and because he knew how empty they must be to please an empty herd, he burned them and ceased writing. They were very graceful novels in which he urbanely laughed at the dreams he lightly sketched, but he saw that their sophistication had sapped all their life away. It was after this that he cultivated deliberate illusion and dabbled in the notions of the bizarre and the eccentric as an antidote for the commonplace. Most of these, however, soon showed their poverty and barrenness, and he saw that the popular doctrines of occultism are as dry and inflexible as those of science, yet without even the slender palliative of truth to redeem them. Gross stupidity, falsehood, and muddled thinking are not dream, manna of consciousness that few have trod, and learning things about the secret. But he saw that their sophistication had sapped all their life away. It was after this that he cultivated deliberate illusion and dabbled in the notions of the bizarre and the eccentric as an antidote for the commonplace. Most of these, however, soon showed their poverty and barrenness, and he saw that the popular doctrines of occultism are as dry and inflexible as those of science, yet without even the slender palliative of truth to redeem them. Gross stupidity, falsehood, and muddled thinking are not dream, and form no escape from life to a mind trained above their level. So Carter bought stranger books and sought out deeper and more terrible men of fantastic erudition, delving into arcana of consciousness that few have trod, and learning things about the secret pits of life, legend, and immemorial antiquity which disturbed him ever afterward. He decided to live on a rarer plane, and furnished his Boston home to suit his changing moods. One room for each, hung in appropriate colors, furnished with befitting books and objects, and provided with sources of the proper sensations of light, heat, sound, taste, and odor. Once he heard of a man in the South who was shunned and feared for the blasphemous things he read in prehistoric books and clay tablets smuggled from India and Arabia. Him he visited, living with him and sharing his studies for 7 years, till horror overtook them one midnight in an unknown and archaic graveyard, and only one emerged where two had entered. Then he went back to Arkham, the terrible witch-haunted old town of his forefathers in New England, and had experiences in the dark amidst the hoary willows and tottering gambrel roofs, which made him seal forever certain pages in the diary of a wild-minded ancestor. But these horrors took him only to the edge of reality, and were not of the true dream country he had known in youth, so that at 50 he despaired of any rest or contentment in a world grown too busy for beauty and too shrewd for dream. Having perceived at last the hollowness and futility of real things, Carter spent his days in retirement and in wistful, disjointed memories of his dream-filled youth. He thought it rather silly that he bothered to keep on living at all, and got from a South American acquaintance a very curious liquid to take him to oblivion without suffering. Inertia and force of habit, however, caused him to defer action, and he lingered indecisively among thoughts of old times, taking down the strange hangings from his walls and refitting the house as it was in his early boyhood, purple panes, Victorian furniture, and all. With the passage of time, he became almost glad he had lingered, for his relics of youth and his cleavage from the world made life and sophistication seem very distant and unreal. So much so that a touch of magic and expectancy stole back into his nightly slumbers. For years those slumbers had known only such twisted reflections of everyday things as the commonest slumbers know. But now there returned a flicker of something stranger and wilder, something of vaguely awesome imminence, which took the form of tinsely clear pictures from his childhood days, and made him think of little inconsequential things he had long forgotten. He would often awake calling for his mother and grandfather,
both in their graves for a quarter of a century. Then one night his grandfather reminded him of a key. The gray old scholar, as vivid as in life, spoke long and earnestly of their ancient line, and of the strange visions of the delicate and sensitive men who composed it. He spoke of the flame-eyed crusader who learnt wild secrets of the Saracens that held him captive, and of the first Sir Randolph Carter who studied magic when Elizabeth was queen. He spoke, too, of that Edmund Carter who had just escaped hanging in the Salem witchcraft trials, and who he had placed in an antique box a great silver key handed down from his ancestors. Before Carter awakened, the gentle visitant had told him where to find that box, that carved oak box of archaic wonder whose grotesque lid no hand had raised for 2 centuries. In the dust and shadows of the great attic he found it, remote and forgotten, at the back of a drawer in a tall chest. It was about a foot square, and its Gothic carvings were so fearful that he did not marvel no person since Edmund Carter had dared to open it. It gave forth no noise when shaken, but was mystic with the scent of unremembered spices. That it held a key was indeed only a dim legend, and Randolph Carter's father had never known such a box existed. It was bound in rusty iron, and no means was provided for working the formidable lock. Carter vaguely understood that he would find within it some key to the lost gate of dreams, but of where and how to use it his grandfather had told him nothing. An old servant forced the carven lid, shaking as he did so at the hideous faces leering from the blackened wood, and at some unplaced familiarity. Inside, wrapped in a discolored parchment, was a huge key of tarnished silver, covered with cryptical arabesques, but of any legible explanation there was none. The parchment was voluminous, and held only the strange hieroglyphs of an unknown tongue written with an antique reed. Carter recognized the characters as those he had seen on a certain papyrus scroll belonging to that terrible scholar of the South, who had vanished one midnight in a nameless cemetery. The man had always shivered when he read the scroll, and Carter shivered now. But he cleaned the key and kept it by him nightly in its aromatic box of ancient oak. His dreams were meanwhile increasing in vividness, and though showing him none of the strange cities and incredible gardens of the old days, were assuming a definite cast whose purpose could not be mistaken. They were calling him back along the years, and with the mingled wills of all his fathers were pulling him toward some hidden and ancestral source. Then he knew he must go into the past and merge himself with old things, and day after day he thought of the hills to the north where haunted Arkham, and the rushing Miskatonic, and the lonely rustic homestead of his people lay. In the brooding fire of autumn, Carter took the old remembered way past graceful lines of rolling hill and stone-walled meadow, distant vale and hanging woodland, curving road and nestling farmstead, and the crystal windings of the Miskatonic, crossed here and there by rustic bridges of wood or stone. At one bend he saw the group of giant elms among which an ancestor had oddly vanished a century and a half before, and shuddered as the wind blew meaningly through them. Then there was the crumbling farmhouse of old Goody Fowler, the witch, with its little evil windows and great roof sloping nearly to the ground on the north side. He speeded up his car as he passed it, and did not slacken till he had mounted the hill where his mother and her fathers before her were born, and where the old white house still looked proudly across the road at the breathlessly lovely panorama of rock slope and verdant valley, with the distant spires of Kingsport on the horizon, and hints of the archaic dream-laden sea in the farthest background. Then came the steeper slope that held the old Carter place he had not seen in over 40 years. Afternoon was gone when he reached the foot, and at the bend halfway up he paused to scan the outspread countryside, golden and glorified in the slanting floods of magic poured out by a western sun. All the strangeness and expectancy of his recent dreams seemed present in this hushed and unearthly landscape, and he thought of the unknown solitudes of other planets as his eyes traced out the velvet and deserted lawns shining vigilant between their tumbled walls. The clumps of fairy forest setting off far lines of purple hills beyond hills, and the spectral wooded valley dipping down in shadow to dark hollows where trickling waters crooned and gurgled among swollen and distorted roots. Something made him feel that motors did not belong in the realm he was seeking, so he left his car at the edge of the forest, and putting the great key in his coat pocket, walked up on the hill. Woods now engulfed him utterly, though he knew the house was on a high knoll that cleared the trees except to the north. He wondered how it would look, for it had been left vacant and untended through his neglect since the death of his strange great-uncle Christopher 30 years before. In his boyhood, he had reveled through long visits there, and had found weird marvels in the woods beyond the orchard. Shadows thickened around him, for the night was near. Once a gap in the trees opened up to the right, so that he saw off across leagues of twilight meadow, and spied the old Congregational steeple on Central Hill in Kingsport, pink with the last flush of day, the panes of the little round windows blazing with reflected fire. Then, when he was in deep shadow again, he recalled with a start that the glimpse must have come from childish memory alone, since the old white church had long been torn down to make room for the Congregational hospital. He had read of it with interest, for the paper had told about some strange burrows or passages found in the rocky hill beneath. Through his puzzlement a voice piped, and he started again at its familiarity after long years. Old Benijah Corey had been his Uncle Christopher's hired man, and was aged even in those far-off times of his boyhood visits. Now he must be well over 100, but that piping voice could come from no one else. He could distinguish no words, yet the tone was haunting and unmistakable. To think that old Benijah should still be alive. "Mr. Randy, Mr. Randy, whar be ye? Do you want to skeer your Aunt Marthy plumb to death? Hain't she told ye to keep nigh the place in the afternoon and get back fur dark? Randy, Randy! He's the beatin'est boy for running off in the woods. I see half the time a settin' moonin' round that snake den in the upper timber lot. Hee-yaw, Randy!" Randolph Carter stopped in the pitched darkness and rubbed his hand across his eyes. Something was queer. He had been somewhere he ought not to be, had strayed very far away to places where he had not belonged, and was now inexcusably late. He had not noticed the time on the Kingsport steeple, though he could easily have made it out with his pocket telescope, but he knew his lateness was something very strange and unprecedented. He was not sure he had his little telescope with him, and put his hand to his blouse pocket to see. No, it was not there. But there was the big silver key he had found in a box somewhere. Uncle Chris had told him something odd once about an old unopened box with a key in it, but Aunt Martha had stopped the story abruptly, saying it was no kind of thing to tell a child whose head was already too full of queer fancies. He tried to recall just where he had found the key, but something seemed very confused. He guessed it was in the attic at home in Boston, and dimly remembered bribing Parks with half his week's allowance to help him open the box and keep quiet about it. But when he remembered this, the face of Parks came up very strangely, as if wrinkles of long years had fallen upon the brisk little Cockney. "Randy? Randy? Hi, Randy!" A swaying lantern came around the black bend, and old Benijah bounced on the silent and bewildered form of the pilgrim. "Darn ye, boy, so there you be. Ain't you got a tongue in your head that you can't answer a body? I've been calling this half hour, and ye must have heard me long ago. Don't you know your Aunt Marthy's all a fidget over your being out after dark? Wait till I tell your Uncle Chris when he gets home. You'd orter know these here woods ain't no fittin' place to be traipsin' this hour. They's things abroad what don't do nobody no good, as my grandsire knowed fur me. Come on, Mr. Randy, or Hannah won't keep supper no longer. So Randolph Carter was marched up the road where wondering stars glimmered through high autumn boughs, and dogs barked as the yellow light of small pane windows shone out at the farther turn, and the Pleiades twinkled across the open knoll, where a gate gambrel roof stood black against the dim west. Aunt Martha was in the doorway, and did not scold too hard when Benijah shoved the truant in. She knew Uncle Chris well enough to expect such things of the Carter blood. Randolph did not show his key, but ate his supper in silence, and protested only when bedtime came. He sometimes dreamed better when awake, and he wanted to use that key. In the morning, Randolph was up early, and would have run off to the upper timber lot if Uncle Chris had not caught him and forced him into his chair by the breakfast table. He looked impatiently around the low-pitched room with the rag carpet and exposed beams and corner posts, and smiled only when the orchard boughs scratched at the leaded panes of the rear window. The trees and the hills were close to him, and formed the gates of that timeless realm which was his true country. Then, when he was free, he felt in his blouse pocket for the key, and being reassured, skipped off across the orchard to the rise beyond, where the wooded hill climbed again to heights even of treeless knoll. The floor of the forest was mossy and mysterious, and great lichened rocks rose vaguely here and there in the dim light, like druid monoliths among the swollen and twisted trunks of a sacred grove. Once, in his ascent, Randolph crossed a rushing stream whose falls a little way off sang runic incantations to the lurking fauns and acapans and dryads. Then he came to the strange cave in the forest slope, the dreaded snake den, which country folk shunned, and away from which Benijah had warned him again and again. It was deep, far deeper than anyone but Randolph suspected, for the boy had found a fissure in the farthermost black corner that led to a loftier grotto beyond, a haunting, sepulchral place whose granite walls held a curious illusion of conscious artifice. On this occasion he crawled in as usual, lighting his way with matches filched from the sitting-room match-safe, and edging through the final crevice with an eagerness hard to explain even to himself. He could not tell why he approached the farther wall so confidently, or why he instinctively drew forth the great silver key as he did so. But on he went, and when he danced back to the house that night, he offered no excuses for his lateness, nor heeded in the least the reproofs he gained for ignoring the noontide dinner horn altogether. Now it is agreed by all the distant relatives of Randolph Carter that something occurred to heighten his imagination in his 10th year. His cousin, Ernest B. Aspinwall, Esquire, of Chicago, is fully 10 years his senior, and distinctly recalls a change in the boy after the autumn of 1883. Randolph had looked on scenes of fantasy that few others can even have beheld, and stranger still were some of the qualities which he showed in relation to very mundane things. He seemed, in fine, to have picked up an odd gift of prophecy, and reacted unusually to things which, though at the time without meaning, would later found to justify the singular impressions. In subsequent decades, as new inventions, new names, and new events appeared one by one in the book of history, people would now and then recall wonderingly how Carter had years before let fall some careless word of undoubted connection with what was then far in the future. He did not himself understand these words, or know why certain things made him feel certain emotions, but fancied that some unremembered dream must be responsible. It was as early as 1897 that he turned pale when some traveler mentioned the French town of Boulogne-en-Santerre, and friends remembered it when he was almost mortally wounded there in 1916 while serving with the Foreign Legion in the Great War. Carter's relatives talk much of these things because he has lately disappeared. His little old servant Parks, who for years bore patiently with his vagaries, last saw him on the morning he drove off alone in his car with a key he had recently found. Parks had helped him get the key from the old box containing it and had felt strangely affected by the grotesque carvings on the box and by some other odd quality he could not name. When Carter left, he had said he was going to visit the old ancestral country around Arkham. Halfway up Elm Mountain, on the way to the ruins of the old Carter place, they found his motor set carefully by the roadside, and in it was a box of fragrant wood with carvings that frightened the countrymen who stumbled upon it. The box held only a queer parchment whose characters no linguist or paleographer had been able to decipher or identify. Rain had long effaced any possible footprints, though Boston investigators had something to say about evidences of disturbances among the fallen timbers of the Carter place. It was, they averred, as though someone had groped about the ruins at no distant period. A common white handkerchief found among forest rocks on the hillside beyond cannot be identified as belonging to the missing man. There is talk of apportioning Randolph Carter's estate among his heirs, but I shall stand firmly against this course, because I do not believe he is dead. There are twists of time and space, of vision and reality, which only a dreamer can divine, and from what I know of Carter, I think he has merely found a way to traverse these mazes. Whether or not he will ever come back, I cannot say. He wanted the lands of dream he had lost, and yearned for the days of his childhood. Then he found a key, and I somehow believe he was able to use it to strange advantage. I shall ask him when I see him, for I expect to meet him shortly in a certain dream city we both used to haunt. It is rumored in Ulthar, beyond the river sky, that a new king reigns on the opal throne in Elikvad, that fabulous town of turrets atop the hollow cliffs of glass overlooking the twilight sea, wherein the bearded and finning Nori build their slurs. And I believe I know how to interpret this rumor. Certainly, I look forward impatiently to the sight of that great silver key, for in its cryptical arabesques there may stand symbolized all the aims and mysteries of a blindly impersonal cosmos. Thank you for listening to this audio presentation of H.P. Lovecraft's The Silver Key. Thank you for your continued patronage on www.buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Fare thee well, wanderer and wayfarer, and do good magic.
All right, what a treat. Welcome everyone to the show, and thank you for tuning in. This is your Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, friend and well-wisher, Frank Monday. Hanging out on a Saturday, chilling at the temple, trying to get some good magic done. There it is there, old Frank Monday, with the audiobook rendition of H.P. Lovecraft's The Silver Key. What a treat. I hope you enjoyed that. And as per usual, I hope y'all good-looking, sexy people are doing well out in happy land tonight, wherever you are, whoever you are, whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Welcome, wayfarer, wanderer, wizard, warrior, and wildcat alike. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to hit the likes and subscribe, guys. Do all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. This is an edition in the 100-Day Challenge, Way of the Psyonic Agent. I published the syllabus to buymeacoffee.com today, guys. So make sure you get over there later and check it out. Leave a little comment. Just dial into buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday and put a little something in the tip jar. Keep the lead in my pencil, the jelly in my donut, and the pep in my step. That way I can keep swinging with the punches with my nose to the grindstone for y'all good looking, sexy people out in Happy Land. Thanks for tuning in. We have got a great crowd tonight in the ideas room, guys. Zephyr, Axolotl. Are you an axolotl, Zephyr? That's a cool name for an axolotl. My axolotl's name is Mr. Fish. I thought it was appropriate for him because he's not really a fish, right? He's a salamander. I summoned a salamander, what, 2 years ago now? I needed a, I can tell you guys this story. It's fun. I'll get into it just real quick. I needed what does a wizard have? A familiar. And so I was interested in finding myself a good familiar. And I contemplated getting a house cat. And I thought, man, that's a lot of upkeep. You know, there's cat hair all over the clothes. And, cat hair on the clothes. Oh, and like litter boxes to change and food. But you get a lot of love from a cat. A cat's got a lot of payback value, right? It's got maintenance, but it's well worth it. I mean, I don't mind cleaning up for a cat because they're a highly valued item. But you know, I was in a small dormitory and I thought, what kind of creature could I get? And I did a water summoning ritual. Actually, well, I was doing a lesser banishing, but the element of water appealed to me. And I went into a meditative state and I dreamed of a little lizard creature, a fiery salamander. And as it got closer and closer to me, it morphed into a watery type creature. And almost like it, like a tadpole, started out like a sperm cell shooting across the cosmos, and then it morphed out of its fire state and into a water state. I thought, that's an interesting vision. And it turned out to be a prophetic vision. About 2 weeks later, one of the gals at the office in the HR department, actually, I went in her office and she had an axolotl in her office in a fish tank. And I said, wow, what's this? You got yourself a fish? And it's got little feet, and I was like, oh my God, it's the craziest thing. And I thought it was like, at first glance, I didn't even remember the vision. And I thought the axolotl was like the strangest, ugliest thing I'd ever seen. I was like repulsed by it. And a couple of days after that, she said, yeah, you want that axolotl? You can take it out of my office if you want and put it in your dorm. And you can keep it. Or no. She said she had to leave for 2 weeks and she'd be out of the office. And she asked me if I'd watch it for 2 weeks. That's how it went. And then when she got back after her, I don't know, whatever it was, like a field trip or an office trip, or I think it was work-related travel or whatever. I don't think it was a vacation. I forgot to mention it for a while, and it was probably a month or so that I was keeping the Mr. Fish, and I'd already named him Mr. Fish. And when I went in there and talked to her again a couple of times, I told her Mr. Fish was doing good, and I could bring it back by the office. And she said, why don't you just keep it? And I thought, maybe I should, And prior to her telling me to keep it, I had a dream that and made the connection between my previous prophetic vision, checked my journals, it was in there, I'd written about it. And I said, maybe I should keep this as a familiar, right? And he told me his name was Mr. Fish. Like, I didn't name the fucking creature. I telepathically asked him, I said, what should I call you? He said, just call me Mr. Fish. And yeah, so there you have it. And then I got to thinking, I'm like, but wait a minute, what if I need to travel and I got to hand off Mr. Fish to someone else? And I thought about my wife's mother, my maternal or my in-law, my wife's maternal mother, my children's maternal grandmother. There you go. That's how I should mention her. That's how they'd say it in Chinese. And I could put my familiar at her place, right? And so, yeah, I did that the next time I had to travel on work-related business and was gone I think I was gone for a month or 2 months, maybe. Anyway, I put Mr. Fish over with her, and there he stays to this day. And so I've got the crone and my familiar. I've got the crone taking care of my familiar. How about that for fucking good magic, baby? And so I get to see Mr. Fish whenever I want and chill with him and do good magic. He was happy with the decision too. He said she feeds him more than I did. And I was like, okay, that's cool. You don't need to eat too much. Axolotls only need to eat like once a day or something. You know, they're low maintenance. So I basically had summoned a familiar of low maintenance, pretty low maintenance. You got to clean their fish tank once a week, you know, something like that. Take out what was it, like 60, 70% of the water, and then, you know, make sure it's clean. And yeah, so I bought him some extra stuff. I got him a bigger fish tank, cooler place to hang out, some housing stuff, you know, a little cave to live in, some larger like water rocks or whatever, then like a little gentle filtration thing. They don't need much actually. You just have to keep their water temperature cool, like something around 55 degrees or something. I think that's right, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Anyway, I figured it all out, put a thermometer in there, and learned how to take care of an axolotl. Man, good magic. What a treat too. Oh, and I failed to mention that just after like a few days of having him, like I thought it was the cutest creature I'd ever seen. So like at first impression, at first blush, being like horrified and terrified of his strange head with the little feelers on it, like within just a few days, like looking in his like his face, they look like they're blind too. They look like they don't see very well, but they have great telepathic power. Like yeah, those little motherfuckers, they can communicate, and they're cool as fuck. Yeah. So I could go on and on all day about the virtues of owning an axolotl. And but that's not what you guys are here for. You guys are here for the celebration in honor of Frater Sal Smith of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. He has achieved the rank of Adeptus Exemptus in the order, so that's a big deal. I'm having a little bit of a celebration for him here on Saturday in the temple. Thought maybe I'd leave the live stream open for a while and watch one of my older videos, the old rendition of the Silver Key. I think that video is about 10 years old. I'm not sure. I got some more recent stuff. I'd like to play The Alchemist too for you guys, but I don't think I have it loaded up and ready for action, so we'll just have to skip it. Um, this is another video in support of the 100-day challenge, Way of the Psionic Agent. Be cool if you guys joined me on the Psyonic Agent program if you're interested. I think I have a copy of it here. Let's see. Don't know if that's gonna work. Let me see here. Yeah, there it is there. Yeah, so I launched this last week on Saturday in the temple. It's just loosely, you know, you can participate at the start of the spring equinox on through past the summer solstice, right? So about unlocking your inner potential psychic abilities, covering specific practices and activities for enhancing mental clarity, spiritual awareness, and energetic capabilities. I published for the first time the grades of the Esoteric Order of Daegon from neophyte to philosophus. So if this is your first 100-day challenge, you'd be a neophyte, beginning stage of initiation, focused on grounding and understanding the material world around you, your sphere of direct control. This is Malkuth. It's one of the places we get good magic done, right? The manifest world, the prime material plane. And it's associated with the physical body and the culmination of the manifestation of all prior Sephiroth. It embodies the culmination of your lightning strike down into the prime material plane. So yeah, if you're brand new to the Esoteric Order of Daegon, which I am self-appointed Grand Wizard of, then yeah, that's where you would start. You would start, in fact, with daily recitation of the adoration of Abraxas. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness. We adore thee and we invoke thee. Send us one of your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, to protect and guide us through the innumerable snares of the earthly sphere, and a cleansing wind to disperse all negativity and endless human opinion. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work and the glory of thine ineffable name. Adonai. So it is commanded and confirmed. So mote it be. Amen. Holy, 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 beloved arbiter of justice within and without our being. Yeah, good magic. So that's the way that's going down right there. Hope you all good looking, sexy people out in the ideas room are doing well. Let me check up with the chat, catch up with the chat a little bit here. I'll drop that and I'll jump back in here. I hope you guys can hear me all right. I hope my transmission is not interrupted with the bamboo firewall too much. We've been talking Chinese zodiac, guys. Zephyr Axolotl, the curious fish creature, says that her mom's a metal ox and also a tourist. That's interesting. My mother was also ox tourist. Very cool. My father was born under the element of the element of fire of the Chinese zodiac. I won't tell you guys though too much about little Pops. He's a big magic guy though, man, a thunder god beyond the veil. Motherfuck. My dad knew what was up. I'm glad I had him as a father. I guess that's why I chose him as my father, right? As a little spiritual entity floating around in the aethers, beyond the veil, beyond the threshold, penetrating in from the celestial realm. Saw my mom and dad and said, those are the motherfuckers I want to be born to right there. Today was intense solar energy. Yeah, there's been earthquakes. There's been moving and shaking, man. There's been flooding. There's been fucking all kinds of crazy shit going on in the world today. As per usual, anywhere, earth sign, fire signs, 3 foot flathead, deaf, dumb, and blonde. Wow, that's fascinating. Good magic to Lady Paranormal. Good to see you. Happy to see you in the ideas room. I'm glad you are here. If you guys don't know, Lady Paranorma is High Priestess of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, presiding. And so it's good magic to see you. We're doing a little show here for Frater Sal Smith. He was dropping big coin over at the membership section of buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Kind of a big deal, very, very surprising, shocking, and enlightening, or delightful. You know, what a treat. What a treat. Putting the jelly in my donut, the pep in my step, the lead in my pencil, and making sure we can keep it with the nose to the grindstone for y'all good looking sexy people. Make sure to check out the syllabus on Buy Me a Coffee, guys, so you can keep up with way of the psionic warriors. Yeah, good magic, good looking out. I like those little faces. What those got going on? Those got party time going on. Nice. I like those. Have myself a JP Farrell, guys. Smoke them if you got them. All right. This transmission goes out to Frater Sal Smith, y'all. Welcome to the transmission. I hope you are doing well. Wanderer, wayfarer, wizard, warrior, and wild Cadillac, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you are receiving this transmission. Broadcasting to you live from the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking. Coming at you with another one. Once again, like Finnegan. Here we go. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe, guys. Come back later and leave a comment on the video. Make sure, yeah, definitely, when you guys come back to comment on the video, give a big shout out to Frater Sal Smith for his attainment of Adeptus Exemptus in the Esoteric Order of Daegon. That'd be good magic. And make sure to tune in often and join the 100-day challenge, way of the Psyonic Agent. This time around, we just launched off at the spring equinox, Ostara. looking to be reborn again like Finnegan as we wander into the abodes of the future ad astra per aspera. Getting good magic done today, guys. Good magic. I hope you all are doing well out in Happy Land. Taking a moment to enjoy a little Hongta Shan, one of China's preeminent tobacco products. Quite lovely, in fact. It's a good one. Gonna make myself another cup of the old black magic. I'm stepping away from the keyboard for just a second, but I will be with you here in the abodes of Happy Land, enjoying that calming background music provided for us gratis by StreamYard. If you are still out there in Happy Land, Wayfarer, I am here with you. You might want to take a moment to put yourself into a comfortable position. Take a deep breath, hold it for just a moment, and command yourself to relax. You might imagine all the sprouts on the trees and in the yard coming out to greet the sun on a beautiful spring day. A nice clear breeze of potent, powerful chi breath of the cosmos blowing through the trees and across the grass, invigorating and enlivening you. Just continue breathing naturally, rhythmically down to your infernal dantian, the seat of the kundalini, the dragon and tiger, that old black magical tortoise hanging out in the northern midnight sky with his snake-like tail, ruling over the entire cosmos somehow, man, at the base of the fucking thing. When they asked the old lady, what's the shape of the earth? She said, it's flat and it's on the back of a tortoise. And they said, well, what's underneath that tortoise supporting it all? She said, another tortoise. And the old wizard asked her, what's under that tortoise? And she said, I see where you're going with this. I got you figured out. It's tortoises all the way to infinity. And the wizard laughed. He took another draught off of his dark draft and wandered on his way. And he thought, that old wily wizard, the grandma pondered, he certainly is a clever fellow. It's all about joy, finding joy in the world and taking another deep breath. Oh, stretch and relax. Cast off the worries of the day and wander with that wily wizard down that meandering path. The path to paradise, right? That primrose path to paradise. The wizard knows the way. Wasn't there an ancient, or not so ancient, in fact, magician that spoke of that wizard? All right. Tinkling bell when a wizard walks by. Another deep, invigorating breath and hold it. Commanding entry into your astral palace. You know how to get there, wanderer. You know the magic that opens the door. 3 knocks. Ask, and ye shall receive. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it will be opened unto you. Abracadabra, the ancient incantation. Three strokes on Aladdin's magical lamp and the genie pops forth. Welcome back, Wayfarer. 3 wishes I grant thee. 1 for longevity, 1 for prosperity, and 1 for fertility. Live long and prosper, says the genie, as he disappears back into his magical lamp, waiting to be roused again whenever the magician enters the astral temple. You know the way down, Wayfarer, deep into your inner self. All the way down to the base of your spine. The seat of deep, deep, super unconscious awareness. Little devils down there. Little red devil with a pitchfork, tail, wings, and horns. Tempting you to manifest. You guide that energy on up the tree of life, the spinal column, up into your golden palace at Tifereth, where stands the wizard warrior or seductive sorceress. That terrestrial Dantian that houses the water elements and your emotions and your heart-centered energy, radiating out like the sun's light, eternal. Endlessly generating in great abundance, bringing life into our world. Yeah, good magic. All the way up into the upper reaches of the magical hermetic tree of life, into the celestial palace of the mind, the upper Dantian, where that beatific, angelic, holy guardian angel resides. Red gold wings vibrating at a higher frequency. The seat of the conscious mind, like standing on a rose quartz crystal outcropping at the top of a powerful ancient mountain, looking down upon the world. Ooh, attainment of true spiritual heights. That's good magic right there, Wayfarer. A little trip up the tree of life. Nothing wrong with that. Getting your 3 holy guardian angels firmly seated on their thrones every day in the prime material plane along the way of the Psyonic Agent. You know you're doing good magic now. Just get myself a cup of black magic ready, guys. Then I'm gonna sit down and roll back the music a little bit and check out the comment section. See what's going on out in Happy Land with y'all good-looking, sexy people. Got to see what's going on. Anything being said? Hadn't been keeping up with the chat. It's all right, though. This one goes out to Frater Sal Smith, everyone. Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon 2025. It's been 12 years since I began the Esoteric Order of Daegon, guys. It was back in a little smoky bar in Fangjiao Hutong at a little club called the Hot Cat. Nico Martinez was there. He used to come in and say, "Hey, Frank Monday, you know why they call this the Hot Cat Club?" And I said, "I don't know why." And he said, "Because it used to be a restaurant." I laughed so fucking hard. I was like, damn. And they were serving hot cat, baby. So funny. Such a good man. Miss you, brother Nico. He only stayed a couple of years here in Twilight Zone, old Peking. He was Mexican. I was like, good God. I said, "You're the only Mexican I've ever seen in China." And some other dude said, they got an embassy here, bro. And I was like, they ain't got no representation, though. Nico Martinez was the first one coming into old Twilight Zone, old Peking, Frank Monday style, representing San Francisco, California. Yeah, that guy was born and raised in San Francisco to a Mexican family. That shit's as rare as a fucking unicorn, man. Good magic. Nico Martinez, I hope you're doing well, brother. I've been going back down memory lane, remembering all the people that have crossed paths with that grand wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, Brother Frank Monday. Once again, like Finnegan, here we are. Yeah, there was good magic going on back at the Hot Cat Club when I began this order and invited people to join me. I taught improv, swing dance, kung fu, and I had an esoteric meetup. We had a little junto. That we had a special name for it, but I'm not going to reveal that here because that's going in the memoirs. But I initiated folks into the Esoteric Order of Daegon at that time. And it was even prior to me being initiated of the Ordo Templi Astarte. It was prior to that. So yeah, that was good music. Yeah, nothing like swing magic. Swing magic. Yeah, a little Freudian slip there, huh? Sketches is out in the ideas room. Says that she has a ring of salt around her to prevent demoniacal creatures from assaulting her position. Good stuff. Good to see you, Frau Schadenfreude. Thanks for joining the chat. Axis Rat Blood is in the house. Good looking out, man. Hope you're doing well. Sketchy a lot. Sketchy Sketches is here. Zephyr Axolotl, that lizard-like creature slithering in. Good people. Did I see Free Gift from God tonight too? I think he was here earlier at the start of the show. Looks like maybe not. Hope you're doing well, Free Gift from God. Yeah, Poke Show is the best ever. I wish I had a hermetic hour on here I could load up. I don't think I would get any type of, let me see if I've got one. If I've got one queued up, guys, I'll share it with you. Silver Key, I see that. Three lessons from Grim-Faced. That would be cool. I might just pop that in here. Why not? That'll give me a second to get some things done. I got some laundry going on in the background, guys. I'm just go ahead and leave the transmission open and let you guys enjoy.
Three powerful lessons to ignite immediate change in your life. Humility and gratitude, the power of going the extra mile, and self-analysis and continuous improvement. These aren't just words, they're tools for transformation. The question is, will you use them?
That's a damn good question. You guys are going to like this one. I'll let this transmission, it's about 20 minutes long. I'll let it go out to Frater Sal Smith, recently having achieved Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, eliciting all kinds of new content and communication that everyone's going to benefit from, which is really good magic. And I'll reset this video so you good looking sexy people can enjoy 3 lessons from Grim Face Warrior. I think it's Grim Face Warrior, Grim Face Determination, or something like that. Let me see here. I have to shut that. Have a look. Yeah, you guys can find him on YouTube. He's a good man, does good magic. Let's roll the tape.
And there you have it. 3 powerful lessons to ignite immediate change in your life. Humility and gratitude, the power of going the extra mile, and self-analysis and continuous improvement. These aren't just words, they're tools for transformation. The question is, will you use them? If you're ready to embrace the grind, push past your limits, and rewrite your story, the Grimface movement is your home. To our returning family, thank you for walking this path with us. To our newcomers, welcome to the dark side of motivation, where excuses die and action thrives. Hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss what's next. And if today's lessons hit hard, share this video. Help someone else step into their power. Remember, success doesn't wait. Neither should you. Until next time, stay relentless, stay sharp, and most importantly, stay grim. Lesson 1. Humility and gratitude. Success is seductive, isn't it? The gleam of accomplishment blinds many to the truth. No one climbs to the summit alone. We are quick to glorify the lone wolf, the self-made conqueror, the hero who stood against the world. But these myths, though alluring, mask a harsher reality. The truth is this: the ladder to success is crowded with unseen hands holding it steady. Those hands are the teachers who shaped us, the rivals who pushed us harder, the allies who shared their wisdom, and even the critics who sharpened our resolve. Every mentor, every challenge, every moment of support, seen or unseen, has played a role in lifting us higher. Yet how often do we look back to acknowledge them? How often do we let humility whisper in our ear that our victories are not ours alone? Without humility, success mutates into arrogance. Arrogance breeds isolation. And isolation, it's the slow poison that kills growth and rest. It's the silent destroyer of potential, the barrier between you and the people who could help you reach even greater heights. Humility is not weakness. It is power restrained, power refined. It is the recognition that while you may be strong, the strength of others has fortified your path. It is the realization that greatness does not come from standing above others, but from standing with them. It is the quiet strength to admit you needed help, that you are not invincible, and that your success is part of a larger, interconnected story. And what of gratitude? Gratitude is the mortar that binds relationships. It is the simple act of saying, I see you. I value you. I thank you. It is not a currency of debt. It is a currency of respect. When you express gratitude, you unlock a force greater than ambition alone. You create bonds, you inspire loyalty, and you foster an environment where growth is not just personal, but collective. Gratitude is the catalyst that turns individual achievements into shared victories. Think about it. Who helped you on your journey? Who lent their strength when yours was failing? Who was there in the shadows, supporting you while you stood in the spotlight? Have you thanked them? Have you honored their contribution? Or have you let your pride smother your gratitude? Success is not just about reaching the top. It's about ensuring the bridges you crossed remain intact. Gratitude strengthens those bridges, while arrogance burns them to the ground. Those bridges are more than mere connections. They are lifelines, linking you to the community that enabled your ascent. So ask yourself, who will stand beside you when the applause fades? Who will celebrate with you when the lights dim and the stage empties? If you've forgotten humility, if you've neglected gratitude, the answer might be no one. Let this be your reminder. Bow your head, not to diminish yourself, but to honor those who have walked beside you. Speak your gratitude, not because you owe it, but because it binds your strength with theirs. Say the words aloud. Thank you. I couldn't have done this without you. This is the lesson of humility and gratitude. Success is sweeter when shared, and its roots grow deeper when watered with acknowledgement. In the end, it is not just about what you achieve, but about the connections you strengthen along the way. It is about lifting others as you climb, about building a legacy of unity and respect, about creating a ripple of positivity that echoes far beyond your individual success. Remember this truth and carry it with you. You may stand alone in the spotlight, but it is the unseen hands that keep you steady. Never forget them. Never stop thanking them, for they are the foundation of all you will ever achieve. And if you find yourself standing at the summit, turn around. Look back at those who helped you. Offer them a hand, a word of thanks, a piece of your success. For that is true greatness, not in the heights you reach, but in the gratitude you show and the humility you embody along the way. Lesson 2. The power of going the extra mile. What separates the ordinary from the extraordinary? What defines those who rise above the masses, leaving the rest to fade into obscurity? It is not talent. It is not luck. It is not connections, privilege, or timing. It is the unrelenting drive to go the extra mile. A mile most are too weak, too afraid, or too complacent to walk. The extra mile is a lonely road. It's where the faint-hearted turn back, where the average falter, and where mediocrity breathes its last gasp. It is a place few dare to go because it is demanding, grueling, and unforgiving. But for those who tread it, who refuse to stop at good enough, the road leads to transformation. It leads not just to more work, but to more power, more respect, and ultimately, more success. Understand this. Success is not handed to anyone. It is not a birthright or a stroke of luck. It is earned in the shadows, in the hours when no one is watching, when the applause is silent, and the rewards are nowhere to be seen. It is earned by doing what others won't, or in what is asked, and by serving with a spirit that transcends the transactional. It is earned in the small, unseen moments when you decide to do just a little bit more. But here's the paradox of the extra mile. Its rewards are often delayed. You may toil in the darkness for what seems like an eternity. Your efforts unnoticed. Your sacrifices unacknowledged. And this is where most falter. They give up, cursing the world for its indifference, never realizing that the seeds they've sown take time to bloom. They walk away too soon, leaving their harvest to be reaped by someone else. The law of increasing returns is merciless, but just. Every act of service rendered with genuine intent, every ounce of effort given without expectation, sets in motion a ripple effect that you cannot always see. These ripples gather strength, unseen and unstoppable, until one day they return to you, multiplied beyond measure. But this only happens if you endure, only if you persist, only if you believe in the power of your efforts, even when no one else does. The extra mile is not just a path. It is a proving ground. It tests your spirit, your resilience, and your commitment to a cause greater than yourself. It asks, will you serve with excellence even when no one is watching? Will you give even when there is no promise of immediate reward? Will you push beyond the limits of what others expect, not because you have to, but because you choose to? Those who answer yes are few, but they are the ones who shape the world. They are the ones who build legacies. They are the ones who are remembered, not just for what they achieved, but for how they achieved it. So I ask you, how far are you willing to go? Will you stop when the world says, "That's enough"? Will you settle for mediocrity when the path to greatness is still open before you? Or will you dig deeper, push harder, and give more than anyone dares to expect? Going the extra mile is not about seeking praise or recognition. It's not about medals or awards. It's about mastering yourself. It's about committing to a standard of excellence that becomes your identity. It's about understanding that true power lies not in what you take, but in what you give. It's about doing what others won't, so you can achieve what others can't. Walk the extra mile. Endure its loneliness. Embrace its challenges. For in the end, it is not the destination that matters, but the person you become along the way. A force of nature, a master of your craft, a being who commands success, not by chance, but by the law of increasing returns. And here's the final truth. The extra mile is where greatness is born. It's where the seeds of your potential are watered by sweat, nurtured by sacrifice, and strengthened by perseverance. Every step you take on this road reshapes you, preparing you for a future few will ever see. Remember, the world rewards those who give more than they take. Those who serve with relentless dedication. Those who push harder when others would rest. Those who strive for excellence when mediocrity would suffice. These are the people who leave their mark. So, render more service. Render better service. And watch as the universe conspires to return it to you, multiplied in ways you could never imagine. The extra mile is waiting. Will you rise to the challenge? Will you embrace the road less traveled? The choice is yours, but know this. The journey will define you, and the rewards will transform you. So, take the first step. Walk. And don't stop until you've gone farther than anyone thought possible. Lesson 3. Self-analysis and continuous improvement. Look in the mirror. Really look. What do you see? Do you see the polished image you present to the world? The one built on accomplishments, titles, and fleeting praise? Or do you see the cracks, the flaws, the hidden truths you try so hard to bury? Most people avoid the mirror, not because they fear their reflection, but because they fear what lies beneath it. They fear truth. They fear the quiet whisper that tells them, you can do more. You can be more. But here's the secret. The truth, as uncomfortable and dark as it may seem, is your greatest weapon. It is the catalyst for transformation. It is the foundation upon which greatness is built. Self-analysis is not for the faint-hearted. It demands courage. The courage to strip away the lies you tell yourself. The courage to face your weaknesses head-on. And the courage to admit you are not yet the person you could be. Growth does not come from comfort. It comes from confrontation. It is forged in the moments when you stare into your own soul and refuse to look away. When was the last time you took a hard look at yourself? Not the surface level you, but the real you. When was the last time you asked, what am I truly good at? What do I consistently fail at? What excuses am I clinging to? These questions are not easy to answer. They force you to confront the harsh reality of your limitations. But they also reveal something far more important, the potential that lies dormant within you. The answers to these questions are the key to your evolution. But beware, self-reflection without action is a trap. Knowing your flaws is useless if you do nothing to correct them. Recognizing your strengths is meaningless if you do nothing to sharpen them. Awareness without action is stagnation. The path to greatness is paved with continuous improvement, not sporadic bursts of effort, not half-hearted attempts, but relentless, disciplined, unending work. It's about committing to a lifetime of progress, knowing that perfection is unattainable, but excellence is always within reach. It's in the moments when you're exhausted, when progress feels invisible, that true growth occurs. Improvement is a war, and the enemy is your own complacency. Every time you choose comfort over effort, stagnation wins. Every time you ignore an opportunity to grow, weakness tightens its grip. But here's the truth most people don't want to hear. Growth is not just about what you do. It's about who you become. Every challenge you embrace, every failure you learn from, every weakness you conquer, it all molds you into someone stronger, sharper, more unstoppable. Growth is not a destination. It is a process. It is a relentless pursuit of bettering yourself, not for the world's approval, but because you refuse to settle for less than your potential. The world will try to convince you that improvement is optional, that you can coast through life on what you already know and what you've already done. It will tempt you with comfort, mediocrity, and the lie that good enough is enough. But let me be clear, those who settle for good enough are doomed to mediocrity. Those who refuse to grow are destined to be left behind. So I ask you, will you be brave enough to confront yourself? Will you push past the lies you've told yourself to uncover your potential? Will you demand more of yourself every single day, even when no one else is watching? Self-analysis and continuous improvement are not just tools for success. They are the essence of it. The day you stop growing is the day you start dying. Growth is not optional. It is essential. It is the fire that keeps your spirit alive, the force that propels you forward, the spark that lights the path to your destiny. Look in the mirror again. See the flaws, the strengths, the potential, and then do what most people never will. Act. Challenge yourself. Refine yourself. Master yourself. Tear down the parts of you that no longer serve your purpose and rebuild them stronger, better, unbreakable. Because the person you are today is not the person you are destined to remain. Growth is your birthright, but it's up to you to claim it. No one will hand it to you. No one will force you to improve. It is a choice only you can make, a journey only you can walk. So walk it. Start today. Not tomorrow, not next week, but now. Stand in front of that mirror and commit to becoming the version of yourself you were always meant to be. The road will be hard, relentless, but the rewards will be worth every sacrifice, every moment of pain, every step into the unknown. This is the power of self-analysis and continuous improvement. It is the path to becoming unstoppable. It is the key to unlocking your true potential. And it is the only way to achieve the greatness that lies within you. Welcome back, Grimface family, and a special welcome to those of you joining us for the first time. You've just stepped into a movement where we don't sugarcoat reality, we master it. Today, we're diving into 3 powerful lessons that will spark immediate improvement in your life. If you're ready to rise above mediocrity and take control of your destiny, stay tuned. These aren't just ideas. They're actions you can take today to change your trajectory. Hit that subscribe button, share your thoughts in the comments, and join the Grimface movement. Because here, we don't just survive, we dominate. Let's get started.
Yeah, that's good magic right there, that grim-faced warrior. I really enjoyed that. I hope you guys enjoyed that as well, man. Definitely sub his channel. Did you say a moment ago? I don't know if I read this correctly or not. High Priestess, Lady Paranorma, Frau Schadenfreude of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, Eastern Star Division. A moment ago, you said that. I don't know if you got that from me or you found that out on your own. Grimface Motivation is Frater Sal's channel? Is Frater Sal Grim-Faced Warrior? I don't think so, man. I don't know. I don't know how you would know that. That's interesting to me. I mean, that sparks a bit of curiosity in me. I don't know that. I don't know if if you think you got that from me. I didn't say that. You said you found it. Every day is dance. No crap. Okay. Yeah, I was dedicating my transmission today to Frater Sal Smith for his achievement of Adeptus Exemptus in the Esoteric Order of Daegon. You can find out more about that over at the Buy Me a Coffee Frank Monday page. So yeah, I wanted to clear that up because I didn't know. That had me a little bit confused. That's okay though. I'm there's times when I'm confused, right? Let's get that. I can't hear the music. Is the music still playing? There it is. I'm still doing laundry, guys. Let me see if I can find a little something for us to enjoy while we're here. Yeah, you are blonde. That's right, Lady Paranorma. No worries, no worries. But yeah, I thought if you had some background information, if I thought Sal Smith was grim-faced, so I thought, man, that'd be good fucking magic right there. But no matter who he is, it's good magic, right? No matter who he is, because you never know who's watching you, right? It could be anyone and everyone. YouTube doesn't tell the truth. It says there are 4 people in the ideas room right now, but there's no fucking guarantee of that. There might be 400. There might be 4,000. There might be 4 million. There might be 40 fucking million. I've reached out to 40 million people before. I've reached out to 700 million people before. Imagine that. Your beloved brother, old Frank Monday, reaching out to over 700 million people at one time for like hours at a time sometimes. I had transmissions back on old Chinese TV, Central CCTV, Central Chinese programming that spanned numerous fucking shows. Oh, I did a home improvement show. I did an English show. You guys don't know that old Frank Monday was a bit of a television star here, an internet star here in old Twilight Zone, old Peking. Not anymore though. I've retired from the limelight, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, wayfarers, warriors, wanderers, and wildcats alike. Old Frank Monday had to step back. It's just too much pressure, right? Being in the limelight, under scrutiny, under constant scrutiny. Nothing fucking worse, man. Most live performers, in fact, they quit. Because if not, like, you destroy yourself with drugs and alcohol to try to deal with the impending fear and loathing that's associated with every single fucking show, man. That is true dat. Yeah, guys, I gotta get another load of laundry in order, man. It's a big laundry day for old Frank Monday. But I'll keep transmitting. Yappity yap. Sketchy says yappa Frank. Yappity yappa yap. Whoa whoa. Yeah, I like the dancing one. I will still do dance classes and esoteric meetups. And I may even get back into stand-up comedy one day again. I kind of doubt it though, but I might. If I can make something that's not so goddamn gritty. Most people can't handle my comedy because it's just got too much grit. It's got too much salt and vinegar for them. They don't appreciate that. And I can't appreciate nothing but being genuine. You know, if I can't put my sincerity into it, if I got to be all filled with guile and political correctness and trying to walk on fucking eggshells, how could a man do comedy like that? There's that one guy, I forget his name. He's a comedian recently. He's married to a black gal, and he does it. You know, he walks on eggshells under complete fucking dominance by the presence of the machine. And you watch how he just oozes disingenuousness. It's just coming out of every single pore, every orifice, just bleeding out of him like, I don't know, like a sickness, like a malodorous gas, a malodorous, noxious gas. Horrifying. Nothing worse than watching a comedian do comedy he didn't write and doesn't like. That's brutal. Watching a man being used like a puppet to promote a message that he doesn't agree with and in 100% sincerity. And if he does, then he's just a total fucking asshat. And there's no redemption for that level of fucking nonsense. Let me see if I can. I gotta work, so I don't want to necessarily talk all the time. Let me see if I can load up another video for you guys if you're gonna hang around and check it out. Canada, Chaos Magic. Yeah, let's look at Dr. Angela Puka's video on Chaos Magic. That'll be fun. I gotta drop some of these other videos, guys. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna run out of transmission space here on the old StreamYard. All right, guys, let me roll up my sleeves and get into some work while we enjoy Dr. Angela Puka telling us about chaos magic. This should be fun.
Tia and Gnosis. Are these the core practices in chaos magic? Stay tuned to discover the key practical tools of a chaos magician. Hello everyone, I'm Angela and welcome to my symposium. I'm a university lecturer and a doctoral researcher, and this is your online resource for the academic study of magic and magic practicing religions and traditions. In this video, I will cover the key practical elements of chaos magic. As the academic research on the topic is still limited, my source for this video's content will mainly be Chapter 3 of the doctoral dissertation on Chaos Magic in Britain by Justin Woodman. However, it's worth mentioning that the material contained in this video will also be in accordance with my field experience with the mentioned primary sources and the scholarship referenced in Woodman. As mentioned in a previous video on the philosophical underpinning to chaos magic, this magical tradition is one which focuses primarily on getting results and experiments with different means in order to achieve the intended goal through magic. It is hence not surprising that we find practices borrowed and re-elaborated from different traditions and religions. This is not exclusive to chaos magicians. In fact, the same trend can be found across different contemporary traditions and religions practicing magic, including paganism and shamanism. However, in chaos magic, this mixture of practices is held together and reshaped by a relativistic, antinomian, utilitarian, and individually tailored ethos. As a result, the magical techniques employed by chaos magicians are ingrained within a worldview where human consciousness is the only sustaining, and yet it only exists as a phenomenological process, bearing no predetermined essence, nor an intrinsic ontological nature. For chaos magicians, there are three main sources of knowledge: books or textual material, teachings from other peers or teachers, and of course, personal experience. The textual material appears to be a significant source of inspiration, especially those authored by Aleister Crowley, Peter J. Carroll, Austin Osman Spare, Kenneth Grant, Phil Hine, and Ray Sherwin. The Liber Null and Psychonaut by Peter J. Carroll is possibly the most inspirational of them all. And this appears to be especially true for Chaos Magician in relation to its first chapter, called Liber MMM, which stands for Magic, Mind Control and Metamorphosis. This document is centered around the idea of overcoming mental conditioning, which come from one's personal experience and external inputs. In order to be successful at magic, Peter Carroll deems necessary to control the mind in order to bring the metamorphosis about. The key techniques listed in the Liber MMM aimed at achieving such a goal are motionless posture, breath control, and no mind, no thinking. These are techniques which are also found in yoga and were mentioned by Aleister Crowley too in his well-known book on magic. The idea here is to quell the mind, body and physical sensations, to get to a state where the magician exits the conventional reality to enter a meta reality, the matrix whereby the fabric of the physical world is susceptible to be reshaped by the will of the magician. Once this state of full potential is reached, Carroll explains that a single pointed focus is needed to direct the will towards the desired end. After all, scattered light will never burn like the sun's rays concentrated in one small area through a burning lens, right? Such a concentration is reached by exercising the focus on one arbitrarily chosen object, by repeating over and over a sound, such as a mantra, or by visualizing one fixed image. It is also believed that a daily practice is beneficial to develop the abilities that a magician needs. And keeping a journal or a magical diary can be helpful to keep track of one's progress and to have a reference to check which practices were more successful or unsuccessful and which elements of such practices may have caused either outcome. The most known practice in chaos magic, which has been influential to witches beyond the realm of chaos magic, is the use of sigils. Once the magician has mastered a calmed, deconditioned mind and a single-pointed focus, he or she is ready to cement or seal their will into a physical token to bring the intended change about. This is what the sigil is, and it was originally devised by Austin Osman Spare. As Goodman highlights, while many ceremonial magicians treat the magical wheel as the teleological end point of the spiritual progression, chaos magicians tend to identify the wheel with Kia or chaos. In this sense, chaos magicians articulate a postmodern ideology in which the wheel does not represent the realization of one's essential spiritual nature, but rather a tool to generate the metamorphosis. The magical wheel is actualized through the gnosis, a state where the boundaries between subject and object fade, and the single-pointed focus is believed to pierce through to affect one's reality. The role of the sigil here is to be charged by the will of the magician in the aforementioned state of consciousness, to seal the will and bring it to physical existence while the fabric of reality is still permeable in the state of gnosis. As a result, the sigil is believed to act as an anchor between the realm of potentiality generated by a state of gnosis and the physical realm of the ordinary reality. As such, it will represent a trigger to the unconscious mind of the magician, to their will with the capital W, to turn the intended potential into actual manifestation. But now let's see an example of how a sigil is made according to chaos magic. These are a few examples of how to create a sigil according to chaos magic. There are actually a few more, but these are the ones reported in the reference literature. As you can see, even in this case, we can appreciate the chaos magical philosophy, which is to strip things to their bare essential. Basically, according to chaos magic, you can create a sigil by spelling out the sentence which reflects the magician's wish, and then remove all the repeating letters, and then the remaining letters will be assembled in a way that makes
a graphical image, which then becomes the sigil. The same occurs with the pictorial representation. For example, I can assume in this case it is a man with J as their first letter, and perhaps there's the intent of healing or some other intent. But even in this case, the repeating lines tend to be removed, and only the bare skeleton without all the repeating parts are stripped, so that only the essential visual element stays and then gets reassembled into a graphical sign, which becomes the symbol. Then, as the third example, we have the mantra. We have the formation of a mantra using a similar method to the first one, but in this case, not to the purpose of creating a graphical sigil, but to the purpose of creating a mantra to be repeated.
So this is it for today's episode. Before we wrap the video up, please allow me to introduce to the Inner Symposium my new patrons and new channel members.
Yeah, that's lovely. Good of her to do that. That was a nice video. Thank you for finding the channel name here on YouTube. I appreciate that. It's at Dr. Angela Puka. That was a lovely video, lovely little primer on chaos magic. So yeah, that's good magic, good fun too. What a lovely thing, huh? What a treat for a Saturday in the temple. I welcome you back, wizard, warrior, wanderer, wayfarer, and wildcat alike, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may be receiving this transmission. Your grand wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, Frank Monday, coming at you once again, like Finnegan. Special transmission for Frater Sal Smith, guys. Achieving Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. We're well into the first 10 day of the 100-day challenge way of the Psyonic Agent. Make sure you guys hit the likes and subscribe. All that happy horseshit that makes YouTube's algobots bark like Pavlov's dog. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Pull something in the tip jar, guys. Help me reach 1,000 subs, right? We're almost at 800 right now. You guys share out a video, secretly sub a friend or your grandma, right? Grab their phone and sub them up to Frank Monday. We can get to 800. And maybe we can get to 1,000 by year's end, huh? That would be good magic. 2025 would be the year to get to 1,000 subs. I've been on here like 10 years now, 9 or 10, trying to get 1,000 subs. And it's a slow fucking going process, man. It takes time. Takes time for sure. You guys want to do some open lines? I got that laundry done. Open lines, paranormal encounters. I'm gonna go ahead and put the link in the ideas room if anybody's out there wants to join me. Definitely appreciate that. Have you had any paranormal encounters recently? Has anything come across your path? Have you climbed an ancient megalithic structure where you threw your hands up in adoration of the gods? Let me know about it. Tune in and turn on and check us out on Frank Monday FM radio. I'm gonna turn off that ticker down there. Those things can get annoying. So can the music to some extent, right? As long as you don't have it too loud. Roll it back just a little. I got to empty out the ideas room, guys. We got a bunch of stuff here in the behind the stage. I'm removing it from the studio piece by piece. And if you do tune in and join me, I'm going to be presenting a little bit of talk. We're going to talk shop about Robert Anton Wilson's Prometheus Rising. If I can find it. Slides and PDFs. It's got to be somewhere on my on my computer, slides and PDFs on my computer. Upload file. Let's try to figure it out. Try to find it. See where it's at. I don't know where it's at. I know it's on here. As we always do. Let's see. I can search directly for PDFs, right? Downloads. No, that looks about right. Okay, let me type it in. See if it works. PDF. Yeah, that works. Okay, PDF document. Previous 30 days. We could check out some vampiric magic, man, with that Dragula, Dragdranatin. That's a fucking scary tome right there. That's not what we're gonna do though. We're gonna check out, what did I say? Prometheus Rising, if we can find it. Hey, maybe I can just search directly for Prometheus. Prometheus Rising. Did it show up? No, we got the Book of Tahuti. Self-initiation into the Golden Dawn. Aleister Crowley's Magic Without Tears. There it is, Robert Anton Wilson. Nice. So nice, yes. So we can present it here on the channel for your erudite consideration. Let me see, it's loading. We'll see if it'll load. Yeah, so the link's in the chat, guys, if you want to join me. Sketches is out there. Lady Paranorma. Who got the power? Yeah, I know, huh? Also, you have messages, buy me coffee. Need to figure out the links. A lot of stuff. Trying to keep up, guys. Trying to keep up. Let me add it to the stage. Throw myself down in the corner there. Prometheus Rising. Looks like we're getting some lag on the internet. Let me see if that clears up first. Give me a second, guys. I'll make sure this internet's going to stay connected before I launch into the next segment of the show. It's your first time, guys. Don't let it be your last time. Sub the channel. What a treat. Tune in to Frank Monday occasionally. Coming at you. Once again, like Finnegan. Oh, check me out on Buy Me a Coffee / Frank Monday. Pull something in the tip jar. Keep the lead in my pencil, the pep in my step, and my nose to the grindstone. Getting shit done. Alrighty then. Yeah, smack the like button, man. That's really good magic. Thank you for that. High Priestess, EOD 2025. Oh, let's see here. Other titles from Falcon Press. I bet they had some good stuff back in the day, man. I used to go to the Controversial bookstore in downtown San Diego, and they had everything you could ever want, man. For an esoteric bookstore, they had it all. Everything was there. It was the only bookstore in all of Southern California, pretty much, where you could find everything in one place. Taoism, magic, esoteric, the occult, fucking any kind of self-help, spiritual development book you might be interested in. An entire industry. I think Southern California kind of led the charge on all that. Zen without Zen masters, right? Urban voodoo. What cool stuff, huh? The Enochian World of Aleister Crowley. Wow, that sounds like a good one. I bet you can get all this stuff on PDF form now, like off of Archive or something, Internet Archive. What else we got over there? Introduction by Israel Regardie. I love my Israel Regardie, man. 12 fucking printings of this book. Jesus, I think there's been even more. The 12th was in the year 2000. There's probably been 25 printings of it by now, all right? To Timothy Leary and William S. Burroughs, Dostat Memora. Okay. There's some fuck ups in the print in the copy. You can see that. Acknowledgement to the 8th Circuit model of consciousness in this book's and much of its function, vision, drive from the writings of Timothy Leary. Wonder what that old motherfucker was up to, huh? He was doing some magic. Let's see what we got here. Blank page. Slide 7, slide 8, blank page is all blank. Slide 9, there we go. All right, so the contents of Prometheus Rising by Dr. Bob has number 1, the thinker and the prover, hardware and software, oral biosurvival circuit, anal emotional territorial circuit, time-binding circuits, 2-circuit dialectic, time-binding dialectic, acceleration and deceleration, mind-washing and brain programming, how to brainwash your friends, the holistic neurosomatic circuit, and the snafu principle. Lots of good stuff in here, huh? Let's get into a little bit of it. Let's get into chapter 1. Oh, the preface. I think the introduction is by Regardi. So let's skip to the introduction. I don't need the preface. I've read it a dozen times. Look at there's lots of fuck ups in the text. That sucks. Anyway, Israel Regardi says the ability to create a synthesis of diverse points of view, scientific and social and philosophical, is a rare gift. Not many are there who dare even to attempt such a task. Imagine anyone trying to make sense of an amalgam of Timothy Leary's 8 neurological circuits, Gurdjieff's observation exercises, other, semantics, Aleister Crowley's magical theorems, and several principles of yoga, Christian Science, relativity, and modern quantum physics, and many other to understanding of the world required almost an encyclopedic education, an incredibly flexible mind, insights as sharp as those of whom he is trying to synthesize, and a individual, something I can't read it, sense of humor. So he's talking about Dr. Bob here. Is the whole thing fucking corrupt? What a bummer. Wilson describes himself as something signifying his intent to attack language. Oh, a gonzo orthodontologist or something, a gonzo, a linguistic specialist. Acknowledge the way terrorists attack their targets to jump out of the shadows for unprovoked attack and then slink back and hide behind a hearty belly laugh. Good fun. Chapter 1, the thinker and the prover. All that we are is the result of all that we have thought. It is founded on thought. It is based on thought. It is thought. Mind is the all. The universe is mental. Yeah, I'm not going to read a corrupted version, man. I'm going to try to find another PDF copy of this later. So I'll go ahead and let you guys check it out for yourselves. It is let me see, I'll at least show the cover page so you know what we're dealing with. It's called Prometheus Rising, and it's by Dr. Robert Anton Wilson. It was originally written in 1983, first published in 1985 as his master's level thesis in psychology. And it's really good magic, man. Yeah. Taoism, I once stepped in it. Haha. Yeah, Tao's good stuff. I like me some old Taoist magic. You guys know how I like my magic, man. I like it like I like my coffee. Black as midnight. Okay. So not going to be able to share that with you guys. That's okay, though. You can read it in your free time. It's a well-written book, not very long. Maybe I think it was like 185 pages, something like that. Is that a link to it? High Priestess there? Meinen High Priestess? Sehr gut. Was ist dies? What is that? Have you check that out and see if you like it? Okay, what is that? What is that? Tell me what that is. It's on YouTube. I can't watch it right now because my VPN's not connected. I'm streaming on. The reason I'm streaming on StreamYard is because my VPN couldn't connect, so I'm blocked off from the greater internet right now. I just have this one little tiny window to look through, but I'll try to remember it. See, I can't just copy and paste. Let me see if I can copy and paste this somehow. Yeah, it doesn't let me deal with it in any way. Let me see. Maybe it does. Can I interact with it? I can delete it. No, I can't do nothing with it. So you'll have to post it. I think if you post it in the private chat, I'll be able to copy it. Maybe not. Who knows? It's Prometheus in VR form. Okay, that's interesting. That should be fun. Keep in mind, Prometheus Rising has nothing to do with Prometheus, though, or very little, in fact. It's a master's level thesis on psychological principles and mind control and reprogramming your mind and detoxing from a fucking lifetime of horse shit being tried to force fed to you by the world and its denizens, all those NPCs yipper yappering, jibber jabbering, and chortling as they feed you lies that any good transcendentalist would tell you, hey, rely on your own intrinsic gnosis and intuition, and yeah, to hell with all the human opinion, right? Your camera is on, High Priestess, so I'm not sure if you actually device is not connected. I don't know if you actually want to I don't think you actually like to jump on the show. Maybe you do. You like to work backstage. Okay, I see it there. Let me see if I can connect with it now. Yeah, I was able to copy it, so thank you for that. Oh yeah, you couldn't put it in the private chat unless you were in the studio. I just thought about that. How funny. So yeah, you are now in the studio, but you've disconnected your device, which is good. You can keep your device connected if you want. I'm not going to randomly throw you on stage. I'm not a silly man. Yeah, I know what's up. Let me see if that works. Yeah, that worked. Good. I can save that. So that is what. Tell me what that is. In the ideas room in Happy Land, if you like, Lady Schadenfreude. That is what you said. It's an HR. It's a VR, virtual reality form of Prometheus. Prometheus, what, the Promethean story? The story of Prometheus? That would be fun to watch. Or is it a VR form of Robert Anton Wilson's Prometheus Rising? Okay, I had it right the first time. Good magic. And let me find a clipboard to store that address she gave me, so that when I finally do connect to the internet, I can have a look at that. Let me see, where's my notepad? I got it on here somewhere. There it is. There, I found it. What a delightful thing. Okay, now I can plug that in there. Yeah, good. I got it. Okay, that way I don't lose it. Because if I don't write it down right away, I will certainly forget to look at it. Most people will forget to remind you, because it is what it is. Of course, it's Prometheus. Okay, very good. Yeah, we're doing good magic here Saturday in the temple. It's a Psyonic Agents live stream in support of the 100-day challenge. This one, of course, like I told you guys, goes out to Frater Sal Smith, achieving Adeptus Exemptus on the EOD at the coffee page. So definitely check that out. There's lots of material there to support the 100-day challenge, Way of the Psyonic Agent. You can get some more behind the scenes info. You can also join the Discord if you guys like. Although I haven't been able to check the Discord in like a month. I've been able to pop in there occasionally, but when the VPN doesn't work, man, I am trapped behind the bamboo firewall. So there's nothing I can do about that. All right. Not a lot anyway. I can keep trying. It's funny. My VPN randomly connected like one day last week. I think it was either Wednesday or Thursday. And it stayed connected for like 10 hours and then it disconnected and it wouldn't reconnect again. So for like the last 3 weeks now, and I got 3 different VPNs. 2 of them are paid for, one's free. And it seems like the free one connects more often than the ones I pay money for. It's fucking crazy. Oh, what's up with that? Y'all have to check that. Sorry, I haven't checked my WeChat in the last, I don't know, since Friday maybe. So not long, last 24 hours. Friday's a big debrief day at work. And so I was unloading. Fridays, man, when I kind of just go into shutdown mode for 24 hours in preparation for laundry day. Let me see, did I save that video even? No, I didn't. Hold on, let me show you guys. I went to dinner last night with my chillins, my people, and we had a lovely little dinner. But I'll have to download it here, and see where I can store it. Save as what? Yeah, that's a huge. It just put like a weird title on there. I'll try to delete that and put just dinner, din. Boop. All right, that'll work. Din. Save it in downloads. Yeah, that should do it. Okay, good. Now it's saved. Now I can present. I'll show you guys the dinner I had last night. What a wonderful thing. Check this out. Really good food. Share a video file. This takes time to navigate the old YouTubes here. Let's see here. Yeah, is this going to work? Pop it in there. I think this is correct. Let's see if this works, guys. Give me a minute. Yeah, so let me preface this video a little bit. This was dinner last night at a Chinese restaurant called Ruchang, and it's right, like almost downtown, like almost right next to the Forbidden City. It's a lovely little restaurant. I usually eat at the one that's in Dianmenqiao, but I ate at this one last night. And you guys are going to get a quick look at my 15-year-old son. He appears in the video for just a second, but it's mostly just the food we had. So let's have a look at this food, guys. Get ready for it. Why do I suck? That's so funny. Let me take you guys through it a little bit. Let's see here. What do we got? Yeah, it was good food, man. There's the door. They got the Taishan, which are the dual gods of good fortune, on the left and right of the door. They greet you as you come in. The two archangels that sit at the left and right hand side of God, right? They got the God representation as the Trinity of the Chinese stars. These guys are called Shouxing, Ruxing, and Fuxing. They represent longevity, prosperity, and fertility. So those are the three. That's the Trinity of the Chinese system of Taoism. The center one the one there on the left represents longevity. You can see him. He's got a big egg head. Lots of different accoutrements and symbology here. Of course, he's holding a baby. He's got the peachwood staff of long life. He's got the immortal peach. He's got a gourd filled with spirit wine. His huge bald head represents old age. You know, it looks like an old man. There's a mushroom growing at the top of his staff called the Wan Shi, which is basically translates as the wonderful wand granting 10,000 wishes. So that's what that is there. Good stuff, good fun, good magic. What else is fun about this guy? I guess everything's fun about him, right? I don't think there is anything that isn't fun about again, his Chinese name is Shouxing, which means direct translation of it would be longevity star, or star of longevity. If you look at Orion's belt in the starry heavens, this Chinese god is represented by the left star. So the three stars of Orion's belt in the Chinese astrological cosmology are these three guys right here, these three gods that represent the three treasures in the human body, the Jing, Qi, and Shen, and also represent the three Dantian, of the infernal Dantian with the little devil, the terrestrial Dantian with the magician, and the celestial Dantian with the angel. So good magic, right? What a treat. What a lovely thing to see. I was going to talk you guys through it, but I got to wash something really quick. So give me a second. The music was just a random selection of festive music from the Chinese app that I made the video on. Other than that, now I got to dry my hands, man. You guys got to keep in mind that I'm negotiating a battlefield here of work on a Saturday, man. I never quit working, do I? Okay, so the middle one represents prosperity. I believe that's the prosperity god. One of these two guys is prosperity and one's fertility. The one that actually holds the baby in his hand, yeah, he's the fertility god. The one who he's got like money and stuff, those are his accoutrements. He represents the prosperity god. Let's see, we do have something in the back chat here. Okay. Yeah, interesting. Okay, thank you. Yeah, those are the 3 stars. Shouxing, Ruxing, and Fuxing. Or Shouxing, Fuxing, and Ruxing. Xing means star in Chinese. Xing, Xing. And then Shou is longevity. Anyway, yeah, I won't get too into it. Let's see here. Jump back into the chat here. Sketches says, when I was young, they told me that if I keep digging, I will end up in China. I looked at the map and found out that China was above Australia. Yeah, that's fascinating. So what else is going on here? Yeah, there's my little man. This is kind of a representation of some of the food items they have there. So yeah, this dish here, this baked rice dish, 42 yuan. If you divide that by 7, how much would that be? Like, so 1 yuan is equivalent, 7 yuan is equivalent to $1 US. So 40 divided by 7 is what? 40. That's $8, right? That's not cheap, huh? $8 for a rice dish. This dish down here, 7 into 28 goes, into 21 goes 3 times. So it's like $3.50 for this dish. We're going to have this dish. This is wonderful. This is one of my favorites. That's Chinese broccoli is what they call it. I'll show it to you here. That's the first one right up there, man. Chinese broccoli. Really delicious, crispy. This one was stir-fried with garlic, a healthy portion of garlic. Yeah, I've always loved this dish, man. So this is Cantonese food, or what we call like Hong Kong food. Most of the food on Canton is most of the food in Hong Kong is a play on Cantonese style food. So everything in the southern region of China is usually known under the moniker Yue Cai. So Cai means food, and Yue is the ancient word for Canton. Yue Cai. So good stuff there, good magic. Making sure that door is closed so I don't bother my feelings as they work on their homework. Here we go. What we got here? Let's see. Okay. Next dish. This one's called 3 Treasures of Earth, and it's fuzzy gourd eggplant, and it's supposed to be potato, but it's green beans, eggplant, and it's supposed to be potato, but instead of the potato in this one, they put fuzzy gourd. So that one that kind of looks like a cucumber, it's actually a fuzzy gourd. I guess it's kind of like a summer melon or a squash is what like Americans would call it, but it's still a little bit different. And then they also put some red peppers in there, the sweet bell pepper, not spicy pepper. None of Southern Cantonese style cuisine is spicy. It's all Sweet, sour, and salt. No, sweet, salty, and sweet and salty are the distinguishing characteristics usually. Sweet, salty, and savory. Sorry. Yeah. So that's really good stuff. It's made in an earthen pot and quite delicious. This is a set of dishes actually that they call shuang ping fan or shuang ping tai, which means that you pair up two different roast meats or grilled meats together. This one is roast chicken, a dish of chicken called bai tie ji, which is white cut chicken. I think it's boiled, maybe it's steamed, I forget. And then the darker one is duck, and that's one called xiao ya, which comes with the chicken comes with a garlic oil with scallion dipping sauce, and the duck comes with a plum sauce. So you'll see that here. Bam! Oh, you barely see it. So that sauce, that little dish on the left, that's for the chicken. That's garlic, oil, and chives. And then this other one is plum sauce, your classic Chinese plum sauce that is always supposed to be paired with this duck. Both of these are actually some of my favorites, guys. Really yummy. Here's 3 dessert dishes. One's like a jello dish with tapioca pearls in like a molasses type sauce, and then we've got a fresh cream with red dates and I think those are steamed chestnuts in there with it as well. And then the other one is a sweet red bean paste dessert that's also mixed with cream. So that's red bean paste with cream. And then this is one of their specialty items. It's a honey and cinnamon chicken wing. You get a set of these chicken wings, and really yummy. I just noticed that. It's funny, when I'm playing a video like this, I had scrolled in on the actual video window, so I wasn't able to see the chat or the backstage chat, but now I can see it. So yeah, good magic. Good looking out. Let me finish up these dishes for you guys. This one's like a rice casserole. We got 2 of these. This is a rice casserole with sweet, savory Cantonese sausage, and I think that's chicken that's grilled in there. Or it's baked in there. So they bake this in a earthen pot, and then you mix it all up after it's done baking. And this one's the same thing. It's the same type of dish, rice casserole, but it's made with beef and ribs, and it's in a savory brown sauce. This was the better of the 2. My son likes the other one more, but I like this one more, man. Really, really wholesome, stodgy, stick to the rib type of thing, man. A good dish. And that's it, man. That's Ruchang, man. One of my favorite restaurants here in Beijing. I hadn't actually eaten there in like I don't know how long. God, a while. Probably over a year. And for some reason, it just came to mind. And I thought, damn, I haven't eaten at Ruchang in a long time. I need to go by there and see what's up with them. There aren't any like really close to where I live or work. And so going to it requires a bit of travel and preparation and planning. So yeah, I started thinking about it, I think on like Monday night, and then I ended up going there on Friday night. So it took some time. Sketches says, I asked this old war vet what part of the world was good, and he said he liked Hong Kong. Yeah, Hong Kong's a really fun place, man. Like, I would say that Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Beijing are the 3 greatest cities of the Chinese Empire. And each one has unique offerings. Those are the top tier 3 locations, and Chongqing probably in Sichuan. But if for the most amount of foreigners, it's going to be Hong Kong. Hong Kong has about 1 million non-Chinese residents, which is huge because Beijing only has about 100,000. So that tells you the kind of numbers you're dealing with, right? So Hong Kong is a great place because there are a lot more foreigners to hang out with, and you could still enjoy like the top tier Chinese cultural items, temples and foods and garments and architecture and all of that. Yeah, so Hong Kong's great. I definitely like it. The Indians down there have a big presence, and the Indian bros are funny, and they'll sometimes there's some Alibabas, like Arabic dudes, that will show up with a turban on their head and a gemstone between their eyes and try to sell you a fortune reading. But the Indians are always trying to get you some good hash or a night with a woman, right? They have something they call special booking, and so they'll rent you a hotel room with a prostitute and any illicit drugs that you enjoy at a certain price, a certain premium markup. But I don't take them up on their offer. But they always try to reel me in and give me their sales pitch. So that's fun nonetheless, right? And then Shanghai, it has a really good establishment of Americans. I think they said there's something like maybe 40,000 Americans in Shanghai, which is the largest number of Americans in China is in Hong Kong, which is estimated at around 60,000. And then there's another 30 plus thousand in Shanghai, and there's only 10,000 Americans in Beijing. So this is the least represented city where I am. It's harder to get up here and maintain and stay in the capital, right? You have to have some clout, some good magic. You got to work some big magic to be a longtime resident of old Peking, because our ducks are so valued. We have the Peking duck. Like when you go in and you ask the chef, you say, "Why is that called Peking duck?" And he says, "Because it's looking at you. It's peeking at you." Old Peking duck. Why is? Oh no. I fucked up the joke. You're in the restaurant and you're sitting down to dinner, and you see a duck staring at you, and you ask the chef. You say, "Why is that duck looking at me?" And he says, "Because it's a Peking duck." It's looking at you, my friend. Okay, I got it right this time. That took a fucking second run through it. Sorry about that, guys. I didn't mean to destroy that joke for you. That's a Frank Monday original. Aren't very many jokes I've written in my life, but that's one of the funnier ones. Sadly, right? I told another one of my jokes the other day, and the only person that laughs at my jokes is me. I'm the only one. Yeah, so funny. Some ginger cookies, some ginger snaps from Holland, and those are nice. Those are really nice. I bought a few items for myself at Sam's Club the other day. About 5 bags of that Colombian coffee, Colombian Supremo. And I think I remember if I told you guys that when Trump's tariffs went into effect, everything imported from America and China went up 50% in price. So what ordinarily cost me 100 RMB for a kilo of Colombian coffee jumped up to 150 RMB overnight. I thought, damn, the Chinese move faster than the Americans. Trump just talked shit and the Chinese raised the tariffs within 24 hours. So funny. But good magic nonetheless, right? What are you going to do? Just keep rolling with the punches. So yeah, I bought that. And then I bought some of these cheaper. They do have some cheaper bags of coffee. It's whole bean coffee espresso blend. And this one, I'm not sure where it comes from. It's awarded the gold medal at the International Coffee Tasting 2022, roasted using highly efficient patented technology, gold medal winner of the 2022 International Coffee Tasting Award. And let's see what they say about it. No, see, none of the packaging in this one is in English. except for the fact that it's maker's mark. So it's not a legitimate imported product, whereas it's locally packaged. Whereas this Colombian Supremo, okay, so that's why that one didn't go up in price. The Colombian Supremo, the packaging is entirely in English, and that shows you that it's an imported product. And it says place of origin is Colombia, and its distribution point is actually in the US. Distributed by Sam's Club Incorporated, Bentonville, Arizona. Yeah, origin of coffee, Colombia. Fully deserving the name, the Colombian Supremo roast makes for a balanced cup of coffee with a medium body. It's carefully roasted to the dark side of medium, like a true Colombian Supremo should be, surrounded by an intense, distinct aroma characteristic of a Colombian roast. It has notes of chocolate and hazelnut. The medium acidity of this cup gives it a pleasant aftertaste and a clean finish. This is easily, guys, for me, the best coffee I've ever drank. And I've drank a bunch of different ones. I liked this one Ethiopian one. I forget what it was called, but the supplier only had it for like a year. And you had to buy it in 500-gram bags of beans. And it was pretty expensive. Like, so let me do the math on it. If that was 80 kwai 10 years ago, then it would be like 160 kwai. And then you got to times that by 4, because I get this in the kilo bag. That would have been like, what is that, like 600 RMB is what I was paying for a 500-gram bag of that Ethiopian coffee. But yeah, it had a really nice flavor and it was worth it. But I was only able to drink it for like a year, and then they stopped importing it, and then the whole fucking company that sold it went out of business, and so that was a bummer. I had an actual Colombian that joined my swing dance class, and he imported and roasted beans, and he used to give me bags of beans that were really good. But he disappeared, man. He was here for about 5 years. He tried to make a go of his business, like importing coffee and doing that. But I guess he wasn't ultimately successful in establishing himself here in Beijing. We got some ideas out in the ideas room. Sketches says, good info, Frank. No jokes, ha ha ha. Sketches always wanted to go to China and say, I'm looking for a short black-headed girl. Yeah, there's plenty of them over here for you, Sketches. I thought Sketches is throwing a monkey wrench in my understanding. What is the reference? Do you get it, Lady Paranorma? The reference here to a short black-headed girl. Does that make any sense to you? Is that from like a David Bowie song or something? Is that what David Bowie says in his song China Doll? Is that what he's going for? I'm not sure. You'll have to type it in the public chat. Yeah, if you put it in the private chat, no one will see it. Yeah, China Girl. Is that what that's from? Is that a reference to David Bowie's China Girl? It's a joke, Frank. No, I know, I get it, but I'm looking for the reference point. I like to make associations when I can. Yeah, Little China Girl. That was a Bowie song, wasn't it? I can't look nothing up right now, guys, because my VPN won't connect. I can only stream and talk to you and rely on you guys to let me know. Yeah, I thought so. You guys will have to check the internet for me. Otherwise, I'll be lost. I'm lost without you, wandering in the abodes of the abyss. But with you as a guiding star, I can make my way home, right? Great friend of mine the other day said to me, we're all just walking each other home, right? That's what we're here for. We're here to walk each other home. Yeah, so guys, I want to remind you, since we're at the middle of the third hour that this transmission goes out to Frater Sal Smith, Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. Also, it's in support of the 100-Day Challenge Way of the Psyonic Agent. So make sure you get on board and hit the likes so that YouTube's Autobots can keep barking like Pavlov's dog. Because aren't we all just barking for the machine, right? Check me out on buymeacoffee.com. Let's get into a few ideas here. Number one, the yin-yang symbol in Chinese is called the Taiji Tu. It's not called the yin yang. That's not what we call it in Chinese. We call it the Taiji Tu. Tu means symbol or sigil or pictograph, and Taiji is what, the Tai Chi. That's what Westerners call it. Is what people practice in the park. So Taiji actually means grand ultimate, and its direct translation, Tai means great, and then Ji, the word Ji actually means like polarized energy. So you have Beidou Xing, which would be the North Pole, Nanzhou Xing, which would be the South Pole. Then you have Taiji, which is the grand symbol of polarized energy. So the yin yang essentially is what it's pointing at, right? And then you have Wuji, which is no polarity. So according to ancient Tao, there was an energy in the universe like dark matter, and they called it Wuji, or dark. Lao Tzu also referred to it as darkness within darkness, the gate to all mystery. So in the Chinese canon of internal alchemy, it's referred to as Wuji, or non-polarized energy. So it's energy that's pre-heaven. It's prior to manifesting into a polarized state. So it's a combination of matter and antimatter, right? And that's how they understood it in ancient China. According to the yin yang symbol, or Taiji Tu, we get a left brain, right brain dichotomy, right? As one side being the engineer analyst and the other being the gardener and artiste. And these are the twin aspects of the mind that help aid thee in your spiritual cultivation, right? The mechanistic versus the organic. And so on the tree of life, it's Hod and Netzach, right? The sphere of Hod to the left is the sphere of the mechanistic intellectual world. And Netzach on the right hand of the path, maybe the more feminine of the two, is the organic natural world, right? The artist, the artist, the realm of intuition. So you have intuition and artistry on one side, and then analysis with logic and reason, all of that on the other side. Now, keep in mind that this is a false dichotomy, that we go back to the original pictorial gif or graph or symbol, the Taiji Tu, the yin yang. It shows that these two are actually unified, right? They're the left and the right hand, forward and back, tall and small, right? Light and dark. It's all of your divisions. And what are they? They're not different. They're two ends of the same spectrum. So on the spectrum of light, you have bright and dark, right? But those are just ends of those spectrums. They're the extremes of the two spectrums. When does light disappear and darkness begin, right? How do we determine that? On the emotional spectrum, you could say it's love and hate. So where does love become disinterest and then turn into contempt, right? And when does contempt go back to middle at disinterest and then turn into love again? They're on one continuum, and it's the human mind that splits them into two. It says, oh, I love this and hate that. No, that's the same thing. It's just oscillation of that energy, and you should always try to stick to the middle path, right? And balance those oscillating energies. So all things are relative, right? When at the top of the scale, there's up and down. So when does going up become going down, and when does going down become going up, right? There's in and out. So how far in do you have to go to realize that that's actually on the outside? And how far must you extend into the world to realize that you're just exploring your own inner kingdom? And to you, it appears to be an outward expression, but it's all actually inside of you, right? Those beautiful colors, red, blue, green, yellow, black, pink, orange, vibrating on the tree of life. And they're all mired together in the dark prime material plane, right? The realm of colored dust, Malkuth, So on the latest system of, or the latest transmission rather, of the 100-day challenge, we're looking at going up the tree of life, as it were, right? In a 100-day cycle. So the first 10 days are for Malkuth and stabilization of the body and the posture in meditation, commanding yourself to sit still for 10 minutes a day and contemplate the earth sphere. Let me drop that. I was trying to. Okay, yeah. We're looking good. I'm checking the ideas room, guys. Make sure everybody's keeping up. The neophyte grade, right? And then we'll go all the way up the tree of life over the course of 100 days. So the next 10 day in the 100-day challenge will be the sphere of Yasad. So start looking forward to that and the exercises that will accompany that. All right, so Sketches says that his or her first girlfriend was Burmese when that song came out. My China Girl song. Wow, that's fun, huh? What good magic is that? I don't even know if I was alive. When did Bowie write that song? I was born in 72, y'all. 72, 73. And I guess I was conceived before that, right? So I was conceived in 72 and born in 73. Conception's important, though. You got to take that into consideration. You got to hang around inside your mom's belly for a year, you know? That's something, right? That gives your mom credit. When they forget that year, or 9 months, 10 months, whatever, 8 months, whatever it may be, after conception, I mean, you're cheating the being of a whole year of life, right? So don't do that. Yeah, it seems like it was probably the 80s. I think Bowie was writing a lot of his music at the end of the 70s and into the 80s. Did he even start in the 60s? I don't know, man. I don't think Bowie goes that far back. I remember when recently, though, like he released his last album and it had a beautiful Memento Mori cover on it. Like he was holding like a skull decorated with crystals and stuff. I remember that. I forget the name of the album, but it was a good one. I listened to it and I enjoyed it. Might be late 60s. Okay. Fantastic. Black Star. Yeah. That was wonderful, man. That hit hard too. Like right at a time in my life when I needed it. And I went deep. That was like one of the dark nights of the soul I was going through at that point. And then he passed not long after, man, right? Which, yeah, people keep doing. It seems like this new aeon, this new millennium, all the greats are flickering out like stars in the night, right? They're leaving us all here to wander the pathways of the world alone without their guidance. And what does that mean? That means that more of us need to take up the mantle, pick up the pendant, charge forward with the flag of freedom and liberation from enslavement and the realization of spirit being immortal and everlasting, right? We need to step up and represent. Yeah, that's right. It was an eerie album. Good stuff, though. Good magic. A true magician would do something like that, right? Go out with a bang. It's not like people were going to forget him anytime soon anyway, right? But he did his magnum opus, his last great incantation with that album. That was good fun. Yeah, you think that was it? You think that was it, Sketches? That's a possibility. That is a possibility, man. He was indeed a master magician. Yeah, absolutely. And good magic, too. I mean, God bless him for coming here into the old world of colored dust and bringing forth really good magic. He suffered for it and did a lot of sacrificing, but he worked hard and he didn't let the fucking world destroy him. And he kept and brought forth an original and pure manifestation of the eternal light and the divine spark. And that's not easy to do, man. A lot of people, like I was talking about earlier, lose their way and get covered up in the mud of human opinion. But there are those rare individuals, David Bowie, Michael Jackson, Elton John, lead singer of Queen. What was that guy's name? God, how could his name slip out of my mind right this second? Anyway, it did. It slipped out. It's up to you guys to bring it back, because memory's fallible. And if we don't honor those who have gone before, then we're really missing something greater. What was the singer of Queen's name, guys? The fuck? Try to think of it. Why is it? It's like, you know, when you look and the eyes, they have that little gif. You could stare at the center circle, and then one of the little dots at the side will disappear. Like, no matter what you do, your eyes, there's one spot, the blind spot on your eyes. Yeah, Freddie Mercury. There you go. Good God. Yeah, thank you, Freddie Mercury. I appreciate that. Good looking out. Yeah, Freddie Mercury. What a fucking angelic being, you know? I thought that kid from Mr. Robot did a good job portraying him in that movie. I enjoyed that. I felt like he did a really good job. And what a blessed thing to be able to enjoy, you know, a $200 million movie done in honor of Freddie Mercury's sacrifice for all of us here in the prime material plane, and guys just like him, right? Plenty of folks out there that sacrifice to make the world a better place and to bring forth good magic. Hey, Ricardo Sunshine's in the chat. Good to see you, Ricardo. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the channel. We're pushing into the third hour here, getting close to the bottom of the third hour with the Frank Monday transmission, Saturday in the Temple. This is a Psyonic Agents live stream in support of the 100-Day Challenge. That's right. This is an FM radio broadcast coming to you straight from the central kingdom of the Celestial Dragon, Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, your friend and well-wisher, Frank Monday, coming at you once again like Finnegan. We are paying mad respects to Frater Sal Smith, Adeptus Exemptus of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, on this journey along the 100-Day Challenge way of the Psyonic Agent. Make sure you guys hit the like button and keep the old algabots barking like Pavlov's dog. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. Put a little something in the tip jar. That'll put the pep in my step, the lead in my pencil, and the jelly in my donut. It'll also help me keep my nose to the grindstone and swinging with the punches, rolling with the punches, to keep bringing you guys the great, what do they call it? The greatest transmission on earth? Nah, just kidding. That's what the old Queen Stephanie over at the Insanity Machine calls his transmission there. Transmission. Oh, leader of Team Evil. Maybe he'll show up today too, huh? That would be funny. Did you see that? No. What did I miss? What did I miss? I'm missing something, guys. I've got secret communications coming in. Oh yeah, Mr. Robot. Yeah, he was good, man. That kid did a good job. I enjoyed him a lot. Charismatic young man doing his thing. Who else was in that? Slater. What was that Slater guy's name that did True Romance? He was a wonderful fucking actor too. Or he might still be. I don't know. Christian Slater. I remember his name. I remember the kid from Mr. Robot. I forgot his name. Just like I forgot Freddie Mercury's name. How funny. How funny is that? Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, you could kick him in the ass. Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That's nice. I may watch that again one of these days. Old Mr. Robot. That's good fun. Good magic. Yeah, don't tell nobody. I hear you there. Silence. Right? To know, to dare, and to be silent. That's the riddle of the Sphinx. Do you know the riddle of the Sphinx? Yeah, there's two parts of that missing. That are, I won't tell you guys because I didn't know that. I always thought the riddle of the Sphinx was 3 parts, but it's actually 5 parts, and you can find that out through Crowley's teaching. So if you want to know, just look up on your Google or whatever, say, what is the riddle of the Sphinx according to Aleister Crowley with his sacred word of magic, abracadabra, right? Then you'll find out and you'll know a lot, man. It took me 20 fucking years to find that information. I was studying Crowley for 20 plus years when I finally discovered that. That blew my mind too. I didn't even know it. Crowley did a lot of good work, guys, man. There were a lot of things I overlooked in his teaching when I was young, because I was reading my Crowley from like age 15 to 25, right? And I had started in along the path with even other guys, Arthur Edward Wyatt. It was more to my taste. McGregor Mathers, Wayne Westcott, Albert Pike, so on and so forth, right? Franz Barden. But when I came across Crowley, I was like, damn, this motherfucker decadent. And so it was even strong for my taste. And I was a pretty strong tasted fella, right? I had some well cultivated, what are those called? Acquired tastes, strong drink, dank herbs. And I was no, what is the word? I wasn't any kind of goody two shoes, right? I was far from a goody two shoes, but even Crowley scared me, man. I was like, damn, motherfucker been up to some shit. But I read through it all, but I wouldn't practice his magic. I never did any of Crowley's operations, and I didn't buy into his flavor of magic, but I certainly enjoyed his writings. And I only visited a Thelemic order maybe 4 or 5 times, and they wanted to initiate me into Thelema, and it was way too out there for me, man. And they're really doing it. There are plenty of temples that do still practice Thelema, right? OTO. But I'm glad I deferred, because had I done OTO, I probably wouldn't have found the OTA, which in my mind, or at least for me, is a superior order. I think that Poke Runyon's Ordo Templi Astarte is a better jumping off point than Crowley's OTO. But to each his own. I don't disparage anybody who is a Thelemite or practices, because Crowley fucking certainly did a lot of work to like directly point out magic and make it known to people. And Israel Regardie too. In fact, it was Israel Regardie, Crowley's secretary, who actually broke the cherry. It wasn't even Crowley himself, as far as I know. If it wasn't for Israel Regardie, none of that might have gotten published. Like, he published the first complete works of the Golden Dawn, and then that opened the fucking floodgate for all of the manuscripts of the mystery schools to be revealed to the world in toto. So many of them. I mean, it's true. It's just absolutely true. Marriott Sea Level says, none of them dickwads impressed me. They knew little of astrology. See, that's the thing with astrology, Miss Mary Moon. And I feel I have been very negligent in my study of astrology. But the thing with like American transcendentalism is that we broke, as magicians, we broke the chains of the zodiac by learning to follow gnosis and intuition. So all of those things, all of those machinations of the cosmos will be directly revealed to an enlightened magician, and they don't have to study it overtly, right? Like, people that work along that path, I respect them, and everybody needs a good astrologer on their mastermind team. But there's supposed to be 12 disciples and the master, right? So the master sits at the center, and the 12 disciples also circumambulate around him or her, right? And yeah, each one of those is a specialist in a certain given field, right? I wouldn't take away from Aries what is his speciality and forte in order to give it to Sagittarius, right? Sagittarius has his or her own set of tools. And so I think a good familiarity with the angels of the zodiac, the sun and moon transits of where they're at any given time is absolutely essential to doing good magic, right? You got to know where your sun is and where your moon is at all times. But other than that, and like your equinoxes and your nodes, and so I do have a basic command of astrology, but everything else I just like to figure out on my own as I go along, right? One thing with tarot and astrology and other forms of prophecy is that if you constantly reveal the future for yourself and others, then you take all the fun out of it, right? You gotta blind leading the blind. You gotta wander into the future unbeknownst to you, some things like the hour and moment of your death. Who wants to know that? The hour and moment of other people's deaths from this world. Those aren't things that you need to look into too deeply, because that could be terrifying information for most, right? So when you figure it out and you've already seen it, because the book of life was revealed to you in the celestial palace, if you've made it that far up the tree of life, then you don't have to worry anymore, because your deeper, higher divine genius already knows when checkout time is, and you've already plotted it all out. And so just get down to good magic and the daily grind, the rigmarole, the vicissitudes, and enjoy the ride, right? Because it's all about the ride. It's not about the destination per se. Miss Mary Moon says you make your choices maybe depending on your own chart. Haha. Yeah, fair enough. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see, my music seems to have cut out. Can you guys hear the music on the transmission? And that always kind of makes me think that maybe either something's wrong with the internet or I've been disconnected. Oh, you can hear the music? Okay. Well, then I'll just keep pretending that you guys can hear me as well. What's the day and number you are born? There's only 9 numbers. Yeah, well, there's 9 numbers in 0, right? The absence of numbers. The great void, the great infinite, plus or minus 1. When you come into the world, it's +1, and when you leave the world, it's -1. And those are both the same in their value of 0, right? Plus or minus 1. When you experience the infinite, you are +1. When you experience the non-existent, you are -1, and both equal 0, right? Or the calculation of those two bring you back to 0. Can't be born on a 0. That's right. You could be born on a 1 or a 2, or even a 3. You could be born on a 0-1 or a 1-0. Fair enough, sketches. That's good magic. Yeah, so we have a specialist in numerology and what is the word? Goetic? No, what is the word for gematria? We have a specialist in gematria, and we have a specialist in astrology, and we have a specialist in all kinds of things. Or one who specializes. I'm sure that you guys are all factotums on your path of magic, that you got a lot of stuff figured out. Numerology, I'm not a huge student of, but I do like it. And as a magician, I have to know the basics, right? The trinities and the tetragrammatons and various geometric shapes and stuff. Got to know a little bit about everything to be a good magician. And that's the funny thing too, is like there's always like on oftentimes there's like time limits placed on things, deadlines, so that you get shit done. But those are arbitrary parameters put in place by the world, right? Like time and space, because they're not truly existent. They're fabrications of the mind. Even numbering things, right? It's a conceptual tool. So when you come from a place where you're already beyond the false dichotomies, then that stuff's fun to know, but it's just leaves and flowers on the tree of life. It's not the root. The root of the thing is the undifferentiated wholeness, the subtle origin. And so, yeah, you could certainly use them. It's always good to have a toolbox full of stuff that you use. For me, guys, I'm a bit of a specialist in the tarot, and I've tried to make myself a specialist in hypnosis, meditation, kung fu, dance, art, literature, some music. But I found playing a lot of music in different environments. You need a dedicated environment for it, otherwise you disrupt people's natural state around you, and they don't necessarily want you doing that, which makes music a little harder to practice on the regular. Though I have strummed the guitar, and I really enjoy playing a bamboo flute, like a reed flute. That's probably my favorite. What's going on over here? What do you need? Okay, you doing your thing? Good man. I'm having a transmission. Oh, yeah, he knows what's up. Yeah, so where did we leave off? Talking about the zodiac. I'm the end of the zodiac, and my little son here, he's the beginning of the zodiac. Pisces transitioning into Aries. Good magic. The end of the Piscean age and the beginning of the Aquarian age is what they say. That's where they say we're at. Anyway, who knows? We've got another 20 minutes on the laundry, and then we can start another load. That'll be fun. If you need anything, message me. I can read easier than I can chat. I could chat easily enough too, though, right? Yeah, little man was showing up, needed some shit. I just fucking made them. I cooked from like, when was it? I cooked, and then I set all the food, and I'm doing laundry, and you know, he's still wandering about. Bubbling is what I call it. When the kids would get bubbly, they got to get the wiggles out. You know, it's good. That's why everyone needs what is that called? Not a catwalk, but a widow's walk. Every good dwelling needs a widow's walk. So then when someone's feeling wiggly and antsy, they can go out on the widow's walk and observe the outdoors and the house. Even if you have a nice courtyard on your dwelling, that's what a treat. What a lovely thing being able just to get out and walk in the privacy of one's own dwelling, whether it be in the courtyard or across the widow's walk or sitting out on the balcony, enjoying the prime material plane in all its glory. Houses just aren't made right anymore, man. They got into this brutalist architecture of trapping everyone in giant buildings, and they really destroyed our beautiful kingdom. The people who thought up that plan, well, they did it to industrialize, right? You need everyone in the same place if you want to constantly run factories for an industrial revolution. Even the old school American, like brownstones and stuff, were better designed for that type of thing. You know, Victorian homes. One of the most famous homes in the world is the Queenslander in Australia. And I've always thought I'd like to go to Australia and stay in a Queenslander for a couple of weeks. Just rent one. Because what a perfect design for a country home. Right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with it or not. But, and the Chinese here in Beijing, the Central Kingdom, they have a really wonderful design for a dwelling. It's called the Sihui Yar, or four hall courtyard complex. So it's 4 buildings set around a square with the intersection being an open courtyard, typically with a well. So they would build these square defensible single home dwellings with a well directly at the center. And so from any room in the house, you could walk towards the center of the dwelling and have access to an open courtyard with a well, right? Yeah. So what good magic, man. What a beautiful thing. I would show you guys some pictures, but again, I can't. You can look it up on your own. It's called a 四合院 in Chinese. 四合院子. And you'll see what the old school homes here in Beijing used to look like. They've destroyed most of them. They've rebuilt some more modern ones, but most of them were destroyed in like the year 2003 through 2013, something like that. That 10 years, they did what they called the Great Destruction of the old city. And they wanted to rebuild everything new. And so they blasted away all the old ones. Miss Mary Moon, that's actually been my dream for a long time, because I have property in the US. I got a nice piece of land in Tennessee, and I want to build a suhuyar there. That would be so amazing. And then even if I don't stay there, I could, like rent it out as a bed and breakfast, and then hire like a property manager to go by occasionally and check it and restock the toilet paper and stuff like that. But yeah, that's a part of my long-term plan, is to build a wonderful Chinese style suhuyar in Tennessee, and then put it up for bed and breakfast booking, so people could go there and enjoy country living in a Chinese style home for, whatever, few days at a time or a couple of weeks at a time or whatever. That would be such a delight, such a treat. And that piece of land that I have in Tennessee is ideal for it, man. It's absolutely perfect. You'd love it, Frank. Old house are cool. Yeah, I've been in a lot of old houses, man. That piece of property I have is like close to 10 acres, and it still has my maternal grandmother's home on it, though it's in a bad state of disrepair. I would actually knock down her old house and use a lot of the lumber for it in the building of a new Chinese style suhuyar on that land, and then do the rest with modern construction materials. What's up? Okay, do your thing. You need this? Okay. Yeah, I might have to put an end to the transmission pretty soon, man. Looks like people are getting busy and wanting to do other shit besides hang out at the house. I'm pretty proud of my little man, though. My son, he's been taking the initiative to grab his skateboard and go out and hit the fucking streets a little bit, man. So Americans, we're much more independent. Like we have greater motivation towards freedom, whereas in China they don't even have that tendency really. And so like instilling within my children a tendency towards a propensity for freedom and sincere expression makes them a bit of an oddball in this kingdom. And so I'm like that little part in the yin yang symbol where you have a different element being introduced into an already predominant element. So you've got both sides of the yin yang, right? You've got any colors you like, but let's go with white and black. If China was the black or the white, we'll say it's the white, then I'm a little spot of black that brought a seed of the spirit of 1776 over here. And yeah, it's kind of good fun. Kind of makes things interesting. Miss Mary Moon says she didn't put her chillins in school. What makes them a bit of oddballs too? That's right. Any kind of homeschooled folks are definitely a wrench in a wrench in the system of the machine, right? A break from the matrix, a true being. Definitely. Wow, yeah, you got him doing the dishes. Yeah, you sound like you know what's going on. Put people to work. Very good. Yeah, Mr. Mini Frank, Mr. Monday. But yeah, you got to deal with things. So we'll see what we got here. It's the top of the 4th hour, man. It's like this is a big show for me. I should probably break it down to getting pushing forward the agenda here in Old Peking, because otherwise I might get behind the 8 ball, and that's all right though. Sometimes it's okay to be behind the 8 ball a little bit. You got to do what you enjoy occasionally. Once a week, it doesn't seem like it's a lot in my mind. I don't transmit that often. Again, this transmission, guys, goes out to Frater Sal Smith of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. Welcome to the 100-Day Challenge, Way of the Psyonic Agent. I wonder how long ago I muted my mic. How fascinating. Yeah, so Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon, guys, I forgot to unmute my mic. Not sure how much time I lost there. Hopefully just a couple of minutes. This one goes out to Frater Sal Smith of the Esoteric Order of Daegon. It's a support video for the 100-Day Challenge. Pathways of the Psyonic Agent, Way of the Psyonic Agent. Hit the likes and subscribe. Your first time, don't let it be your last time. All that happy horse shit that makes YouTube's algobots bark like Pavlov's dog. Check me out on buymeacoffee.com. And remember, when you arise in the morning, you could start with a positive affirmation, something like, today I choose to be positive. Or you can go a little further, right? I choose to express the highest divine positive productivity in my life. I am a workshop of the subtle origin. I got 5 of these, you could say. They come to us from Grim-Faced Motivation. All right. I am grateful for all that I have. I'm grateful for all you guys out in Happy Land too, right? Stopping by to say hello and tuning in from time to time to pick up on the transmission. And what are you grateful for? That's one of the wonderful things about Thanksgiving, is when we do the gratitude around the dinner table with the family. I saw an old comic strip one time from a long time ago where it had like a family, and the mom and the dad and the kids were out in the backyard having a barbecue, and the dad said something like, "This is it right here, man. This is the greatest thing in life, right? Being a member of a family and having reached the pinnacle of that type of familial bliss. We've all been there as kids. Maybe we've been there as adults. And rushing waters and gusting wind, all of those things. No sound still, huh? Wow. I think I have sound now. No, do I not? Okay, yeah, you hear me now. Okay, good, good. Because it looks like I'm transmitting, but you never know when the sound's going to go out. It may have gone out again just now. I'll check. All right. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello. I am grateful for all that I have, right? I'm grateful if sound works. If it doesn't work, that sucks. Looks like it's transmitting again, though. I am capable of achieving great things. Okay, good. We're back. Aren't we all, though, right? We're all capable of the great work of moving forward and completing our magnum opus on Earth. And it's going to get completed either way, right? One way or the other, you are going to live out the entire testimony of your magnum opus. You're going to give the full story, right? Past, present, and future through every molecule of your being, through every atom of your being. Remember, O neophyte, the great work is before all things creation of man by himself. That is to say, the full and entire conquest of his faculties and his futures. It is especially the perfect emancipation of his will. That was Eliphas Levi in Transcendental Magic. That's where that quote comes from. I like to memorize quotes that mean important things to me and share them with my friends. The next one, the fourth of 5, is to embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Everyone experiences challenges in the world, right? A life without challenges is a life wasted. You've got to have those challenges to help build the muscles of your magic and keep you supercharged, right? How else are you going to dive out into violent waves in the ocean and be able to swim unless you faced some challenges and know how to at least dog paddle? Good God, you know? We face all different kinds of challenges, guys. Keep rolling with the punches and keep your nose to the grindstone. Taking action towards goals every day. Like maybe you've got a goal as simple as in the first 10 day of the 100-day challenge to do 10 minutes of seated meditation each day, just controlling the body, maintaining perfect stillness and perfect upright posture. Nothing else, just breathing naturally and just maintaining the body in absolute stillness for 10 minutes a day for 10 days. That's the only requisite activity for this part of the 100-day challenge. Week 1, the first 10 day is every day for 10 minutes. Sit upright in a meditative posture for 10 minutes, focusing on keeping the body as still as possible. Doesn't mean you can't do things like scratch your nose or shift around a little bit, but for the most part, just attempt to maintain stillness. 10 minutes a day for 10 days is all it takes, man, and that will get you initiated into the Esoteric Order of Daegon, because if you follow the teachings of Daegon, then you are a member of his order. His or her, right? Daegon and Astaroth. Cthulhu has risen. All hail the Father Daegon. All hail the Mother Hydra. Cthulhu has risen. All right. The stars align, Wayfarer, and your path is illuminated by the full moon, the bright full moon along your path. And maybe it's the great eastern star of the equinox. Maybe that's what's illuminating your path right now. Hard to say, man. Hard to say, because I don't know where you are in the world or when you will be receiving this transmission. But welcome back, nonetheless. Wizard, warrior, wanderer, wayfarer, and wildcat alike, wherever you are, whoever you are, and whenever you may receive this transmission. Broadcasting to you from the central kingdom of the celestial dragon, Twilight Zone, Old Peking. Frank Monday hanging out far behind the bamboo firewall. Once again, like Finnegan. I hope you were doing well, Wayfarer. Like I said, I gotta run down the show a little bit for tonight. It is we're at the 3 hour and 20-minute mark. I have to pull the laundry out and throw it in the dryer. I could leave the transmission on, but I gotta let me see if I got a video I can offer you guys while I finish up this load of laundry and start another one. That way maybe we can hang around for another hour. Let's see if it'll work. Let me see if I can pull something up. What have we got here on the roster? Yeah, this one will work. I watched this one before. I think it's pretty good. So guys, give me a minute, 5 to 10 minutes to sort out my laundry, and I will be right back. I said I got added to the stage, and there it is there. See if this will work.
We are currently in the midst of a Hermetic revival, and at the heart of this return of ancient knowledge is the 7 Hermetic principles. The 7 Hermetic principles are laws that govern this reality. These governing principles are most well known in modern times through the book The Kabbalion. However, their origins are as obscure and ancient as the mystical figure that they are attributed to, Hermes Trismegistus. There is vivid dispute as to the true identity of Hermes Trismegistus. Contemporary academia believes this character to be entirely fictitious, a compilation of Hellenistic viewpoints that was compiled by what you would call an ancient think tank. While modern mystics and the more spiritually inclined alike know him to be dated way further back than the Hellenistic period, for he is the transmitter and teacher of ancient knowledge to the prophet Moses, if not Moses himself, for he has been affirmed by early Kabbalists as Moses. Suffice it to say that these principles, although best preserved and transmitted through the vehicle of Hermeticism, are of such a universal and timeless origin that they truly belong to time immemorial, for they are indeed timeless and ancient wisdom that belongs to no one school of thought. The principles are 7. First, we have the law of mentalism, then the law of correspondence, then the law of vibration, then the law of polarity. After that, we have the law of rhythm, cause and effect, and gender. The principle of mentalism, the all is mind, the universe is mental. This principle embodies the truth that all is mind. It explains that the all, which is the substantial reality underlying all outward manifestations and appearances, which we call the material universe, is in short, spirit. And spirit, although undefinable, is likened unto the infinite living mind. For mind and spirit are truly one and the same, interchangeable terms to the Hermetic. Being aware of this first universal principle of mentalism can directly improve our lives by understanding that before anything gets drawn into the manifested physical outward world, it is first harnessed through the creative intelligence of the energy that we know as mind. So applying our mental faculties to our creations is how we first draw them in to the physical world. The principle of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. As the universe, so the soul. The truth that is embodied within this principle is that there is always a correspondence between the laws and the phenomena of the various planes of being and life. The old Hermetic axiom ran in these words: as above, so below. As below, so above. And the grasping of this principle gives one of the means of solving many a dark paradox. Now, I personally find this law to be the most helpful when seeking clarity, because what it is saying is that by us knowing our own nature, by us knowing our own mind, and by us knowing the world around us, it is reflecting what is happening and taking place in the worlds and the planes of consciousness above us. So the more we study the below, we are able to understand and comprehend the above. This is vital to be aware of as a seeker of truth, because now we are able to tell what's happening in the cosmos and what's taking place in the higher planes of consciousness by simply observing the world around us, and most importantly, our internal landscape. The principle of vibration. Nothing rests, everything moves, everything vibrates. This principle embodies the truth that everything is in motion, everything vibrates, and nothing is ever truly at rest. This principle explains that the differences between different manifestations of matter, energy, mind, and even spirit result largely just from varying rates of vibration. It has been said that one who truly understands this law of vibration is one who has grasped the scepter of power, because within this law, we are able to understand that everything in existence is expressed through vibration, and that there are just simply different rates of vibration. And within these different rates of vibration are entirely different realms of experience and of creation. So when we know that all is truly vibration, then we also know that by raising the vibration of our consciousness, that now we unlock access to the manifestations that we wish to create, which are vibrating at that level of reality. The principle of polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. This principle embodies the truth that everything is dual. Everything has two poles. Everything has its pair of opposites, all of which were old Hermetic axioms. Everything is and is not at the same time. All truths are but half-truths. Every truth is half false. There are two sides of everything. It explains that in everything there are two poles or opposite aspects, and that opposites are really only the two extremes of the same thing. The example the Kabbalion gives us is that there is no such thing as absolute heat or absolute cold. The two terms, heat and cold, simply indicate varying degrees of the same thing. And that same thing, which manifests as heat and cold, is merely a form, a rate of vibration. So heat and cold are simply the two poles of that which we call heat. The same principle manifests in the case of light and darkness, which are the same thing. The difference consisting of varying degrees between these two poles of the same phenomena. So what you really have is the absence of light, or the presence of light. And when there is an absence of light, that is what we call darkness, although they are just two poles of that one thing, that one phenomena. This law of polarity can best improve our lives by giving us the clarity to view the world around us. How many times have we seen opposing forces act identical in nature? How many times have we loved so much that it turned into its polar opposite, hate? And how many times have we cared so much that it traveled all the way over to its polar opposite, numbness? These are all different examples of the law of polarity and how one energy gets split into polar opposites along a spectrum. The principle of rhythm. Everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. This principle embodies the truth that in everything there is manifested a measured motion, to and from, a flow and inflow, a swing backward and forward, a pendulum-like movement. This law is so important because when we are interpreting what we see inside this age, if we don't have knowledge of the law of rhythm, we won't understand that this is actually a redemption arc. There is some sort of return that is happening, meaning that if there was ever a group of people, or let's just call it a movement, some sort of thought form, even if it's ancient knowledge, whatever it is that was once suppressed, it will now come in to its complete opposite, its hero redemption arc. So when we are using the law of rhythm, we are actually understanding the larger context of what's happening inside this age because we're viewing it now through its proper lens. We can better understand that all of the overarching themes that we see taking place within this age are actually coming from a larger cycle. When we possess the knowledge of this law of rhythm, we are able to perceive an inevitable pendulum-like swing that takes place within movements and within consciousness. And however strong of a degree that was pushed to one side of the pendulum will be the exact intensity that that pendulum swing carries out to its opposite. Knowing this is how the alchemists extract themselves from this momentum of karma. And then we consciously position ourselves wherever we want to in this pendulum swing. And by consciously choosing our position there, then we neutralize ourselves there. And that's how we avoid the karmic momentum that's taking place to and from the cycles of nature. The principle of cause and effect. Every cause has its effect. Every effect has its cause. Everything happens according to law. Chance is but a name for law not recognized. There are many planes of causation, but nothing escapes the law. This principle embodies the fact that there is a cause for every effect and an effect for every cause. It explains that everything happens according to law and that nothing is ever merely by chance. This law of cause and effect goes by an even more popular term known as karma. And what this law also contains within it is the knowledge that karma can reside on higher planes of consciousness, which means that the cause of whatever we're experiencing as the effect is not always coming from the material realm. Knowing that there is always a cause and an effect at play can vastly improve our lives if we use that knowledge the way that the ancient alchemists did, by shifting the way that we are affected by that cause. When we shift the way that we react to any response or stimulus, now we are able to transcend that karmic thread. This is first done by doing our best to understand what originated that cause. What was the first action that caused that reaction? And then from there, choosing with our own conscious free will to respond in a different manner rather than react from an automated state of unconsciousness. The alchemist applies their own consciousness and their own free will in order to shift cause from effect and to shift the effect from its cause. The principle of gender states that gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes. This principle embodies the truth that there is gender manifested in everything. On the physical plane, the principle manifests as sex. On the higher planes, it takes higher forms, but the principle is always the same. Everything and every person contains the two elements. Every male thing has the female element within it, and every female thing contains the male element within it. The principle of gender is profoundly valuable because once we understand that we contain both masculine and feminine elements to varying degrees and ratios, we can use that for mental creation. The same way on the physical plane that the masculine and feminine energies create life, on the mental plane, we can use our masculine and feminine energies and the elements within us to create and to regenerate. We can apply this law to our mental creations by drawing them towards us with our magnetism. Our magnetism is a part of our emotional body, and the emotional body is our feminine elements. So when we combined our masculine energies, such as thought and action, with our feminine energies of magnetism coming from the emotional body and the emotional experience that we're calling forward through the sensations of our emotions, what we're doing is amplifying our ability to be magnetic. And just like a magnet, our creations get drawn forward and called to us. So unifying these two energies is how we call forward our manifestations. Now, what I'm about to tell you about these 7 Hermetic principles has never been taught anywhere before. It has never been written of, and it has never been told. And that is, these 7 laws are actually one principle and one law that gets emanated into 7 different rays and into 7 different laws and principles. So they're actually all the same law. And the reason we see them as 7 is because there are 7 different expressions and ways that they are conveyed. You will most likely have to meditate upon what I have just said in order to deeply and truly understand it. I recommend that you recognize these laws for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Go out into your lives and notice how these 7 principles play out and interact with one another in everything small or large, within or without.
Magic right there. I don't know if you guys can hear me all right. My headset ran out of power, so I'm resorting to the onboard microphone on my laptop until I can grab my legitimate microphone, which will take me a second. But I wanted to ask at the end of that video there, do you know what she meant there at the end by the 7 laws being the one law, the 7 rays? I think that was probably easy for any occultist out there to figure out her little innuendo there. If so, let me know. Put it in the ideas room. I'll not tell you what I think just yet. I'll see what you guys think. Give me a second. Alright. Let's see if this is working. Give me a second. Work. Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Is there anybody in there? Not sure if you guys can still hear the background music or not. For some reason it cut off on my laptop, but it does that sometimes and then it continues to play. So that's interesting. Yeah, so Lady Paranorma for Schaden for your response. Pretty sure I know what it is. Focused on the chakras. Yeah, that could be a connection. The chakras definitely. I was thinking the 7 variations of the manifestation of light coming through a prism. So it's one light emanating out from Keter, right? From the Ein Soforn. And then when it hits the pyramidion, the crystal pyramidion, it fractures into 7 rays of the spectrum of light that human beings at least view, right? And which are manifest as the 7 chakras as well. Yeah, the light, the spirit, Akasha. Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes sense to me. And which for its first manifestation in the Word of God, accordingly, is the 7 days of creation, right? Monday through Sunday, or Sunday through Saturday, whichever way you like to look at it. And those represent the 2 primary powers of yin and yang, sun and moon, and then the 5 nearest wandering stars, or according to the human eye, the only wandering stars we truly know, right? What's provable and tangible to an individual human being is not necessarily the grand ultimate expression, but it's enough, and it's got to be enough, because when all of the human opinion and endless radiations and vibrations around you cease, all you'll be left with was what you originally knew. Anything that had been added to you within a single lifetime will not be known, but you got to rely on that intrinsic divine inner gnosis, because it's all you can carry from lifetime to lifetime is your, according to Master Nee, he said, your personality. He said, if you've got a good personality, celebrate that, revel in that, because that's the only thing you cultivate through multiple lifetimes is your approach to life. That's the method. That's the grand ultimate method. Is that your attitude and approach to life is what you cultivate throughout many, many lifetimes and throughout time. And I've always thought, yeah, I like to be an optimist. You know, I like to learn new things.
I like to level up throughout life. I like to keep my nose to the grindstone, be friendly, easily approachable, generous, sincere. And so if I've been cultivating those virtues, key virtues, persistent and determined, truthful, honest, respectful, to an extent, I might need to cultivate. I think the two things that I'm cultivating in this lifetime are greater respect and patience, because all of my other virtues seem to be in place for the most part. But I got to be more patient and more respectful for the grand teaching, for that which is greater than thou, those things which are bigger than an individual. Order is another one, just like Benjamin Franklin. I came across Benjamin Franklin's 13 Virtues in his autobiography, which is a wonderful work. And I've read probably 4 or 5 works on Benjamin Franklin after that were also just beautifully done. And his matrices of yin-yang principles. If you guys don't know this, Benjamin Franklin had to have been a Taoist, man. He was a diplomat to France. He loved Parisian society, he said, hanging out in Paris, like orgies and debauchery and esoteric groups and all kinds of fun was going on during Benjamin Franklin's time. The Hellfire Club, right? Just ad astrum. And we as Americans hold Benjamin Franklin in the highest regard. He's on our largest paper money, right? The $100 bill is called a Benny, a Benjamin. So that's a really powerful position. Even George Washington is only on the $1 bill. I mean, imagine how much more that Americans respect old Benny. Good fun. Discovered lightning with a kite. And accordingly, he was drunk and running around naked with a kite and a key tied onto it in a fucking tornado-filled lightning storm in wherever he was at the time, Pennsylvania, Virginia, whatever. Imagine that, the young American in his prime trying to fucking catch lightning that way. It just so aptly represents the spirit of 1776. You're a king, but you don't rule this new wild land. I'm going to run around with a kite and an iron key, naked, half drunk, and show you guys how you make real magic, how you write a constitution for a country. Yeah, he was a good man. Good, beloved Benjamin Franklin. Washington was good too. Like works attributed to Washington, he was nearly as prolific in his letter writing as Voltaire. Voltaire, at the time of the Enlightenment, right, was seen as the greatest, most prolific writer in human history. And they say that he drank 70 cups of coffee a day. And Benjamin Franklin, he was contemporaries with Voltaire. Imagine his other contemporaries too, right? Thomas Jefferson, Samuel Adams. Wow, good God, if you've ever had a good Samuel Adams, they still make them and they're in bottles and you can drink the flavor of the Green Dragon in dear old Boston, Massachusetts, where the American Revolution was launched. I mean, imagine that, guys. A bunch of guys sitting around. Paul Revere was there. Samuel Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. All these guys hanging out in a bar together, drinking beers and plotting to overthrow the King of England's rule, at least in the American colonies, right? The 13. I mean, good God. These guys mirrored that. These Freemasons had it figured out. They knew the foundation of reality, right? And they coded it all in their architecture and their stories. And they were just bringing forth an ancient code from Atlantis, Lemuria, and the ancient existence of Mu, right? And it's interesting that Mu means mother in Chinese, right? Ma or Mu, Mu-Chin, right? Mu, the ancient mother continent, where all the various continents were allied together, embracing each other. Yeah, these guys knew the secret, man. 13 arrows on one side and 13 leaves in the other. for the eagle, the great eagle. Which direction is the eagle facing? How does he rotate? What does he represent, right? Wings extended, activated. Yeah, good stuff, man. Such symbology, such depth, such beauty. And beauty is really the thing, right? Beauty, that's what they were striving towards. The beauty of the spirit, the manifestation of the Shekinah, right? The light of God, the feminine principle, the divine feminine, the moonlight in a dark night. Master Nee said it was stepping stones for the wizard to achieve paradise. That's right. To achieve arrival within the heavenly kingdom was to follow that ancient luminous light straight to source, to divine source, and to recreate over and over and over again, and to let the world know that the nature of the cosmos is in pure abundance. It's the teachings and way of man that brings in the principle of scarcity, right? The male counterpart, his aspect is very limited, finite, right? That's where the principle of scarcity comes from. And that's why within a patriarchy, we find the dominant principle to be scarcity rather than abundance. But you know, it is what it is. You roll with the punches. Don't let them take the jelly out of your donut. All that happy horse shit that brings us back to center. Here's the magical incantation as I understood it when I was young, right here. I'll put it up on screen for you guys. It's the ASK formula. The A stands for ask and ye shall find. The S, right, it stands for seek and ask and you shall receive. Seek and ye shall find. And then the K is for the knock, right? So you have the ask, seek, knock right within the word. Knock and it will be opened unto you. So this is the essential basic formula that is in three principles within the teaching. Let me show them to you. The three Dantians, so on, etc., without end. No, I don't have it. I don't have it queued up in the banners anymore. So I'll put it in the chat. I'll type it in and I'll walk you through it. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. I gotta get my keyboard. Okay, good magic. Yeah, I'm able to bring it up on board now. So the first principle of the magical equation of abrahadabra, right, is volantia. So volantia is, go through them real quick. 1, 2, and 3. Volantia, the first one is consciousness. 2 is subconscious, and 3 is unconscious. So from the volantic point, the wizard's will, the point of attention, the eye fixation point slightly above eye level, and the induction into the astral temple, volantia, the will, the persistent and determined ability to push forward, the impetus, the creative factor, act 1 in the hero's journey, right? That's volantia. And then the second one, step 2, is decreeism. This is the commanding forth, the word of God, bringing light out of darkness, coming into being. So it's the word, essentially. Decreeism is the word. And so it starts to bring about the catalyst. Well, 1 is the catalyst of the magic, and 2 is the coming into being, the abracadabra. All right. And then 3 is the reception, possession, to possess, right? To collect, to gather. So you see the outpouring, and then like the exit of the wormhole and the entry of the wormhole, right? You have the expanding and contracting. And then the decreic moment is the balanced moment. It's the very present. It's when our vibration takes word, right? It's not, and so from 1, 2, 3 in a time linear perspective, it would be past, present, and future, right? The reception and the future of the thing you manifest. The past, that's where you wrote down your sigil. That's where you cast your magical circle. That's all the work that's passing from the vibration. And yeah, I could tell you a lot more about it, like the intrinsic directions and manifestations and all different kinds of things. But most of these should be discovered on your own. If I was just some guy to come along and tell you exactly how the flower unfolds, right? How the cow eats the cabbage, as it were, then you wouldn't get to see the cow eat the cabbage. That's something everybody has to do on their own. They have to watch the flower unfold and watch the magic manifest. When you master this one basic system of to intend, to decree, and to receive, a basic 3-step process, inhale, hold, and exhale, right? Then you will know the truth of magic is within a single breath. Every inspiring breath of spirit force penetrating into the kingdom, the prime material kingdom, where your physical body manifests and hopefully flourishes and does well. Yeah, it looks beautiful and vibrant and full of life. And wow, yeah. And then decree it, right? You know, make it so. Say those things, do the. So within the sphere, let's talk about number 2, just number 2 for a while. Within the sphere of direct control, the present moment, where your mind oscillates and ideates on the current reality, the current formation of those things that are apparent to you through the 7 sensory apparatus, right? Visual realm, auditory, gustatory, olfactory, tactile, organic, and finally that last one, the 7th day, you get up and walk. The movement principle, right? The day of completion, when all things are activated by God in his 7-day creation process. Imagine those 7 days were totally in abeyance and in stasis while God performed the great magic that created all of mankind to manifest into the prime material plane and have a dichotomy of consciousness, right? God's consciousness dichotomized among all of us to do all those things that he wants to do in this prime material plane, he or she, whichever, right? To see, hear, smell, taste, touch, feel, and move, right? That last one, to set things in motion. And so those are the highest divine principles. And then Posism, it's the reception of the gift. This is where all of us dwell all the time. From the position of Posism, from the absolute apex, the acme, the zenith of abundance, where everything is absolutely manifest in profusion and perfection, and it's all around you at all times, and you can just enjoy from your seat, you know, sitting next to, whether it be the right hand or the left hand or the center of the celestial palace. It's, you know, it's up to each and every one of us to echo and reiterate God's message to us as his children. Very important, very important. And so a 1, 2, 3 type of manifestation process is the easiest that I've found. And again, it coincides with all of what I originally called, right? The division of thirds. Look at this one, ASK. It's a third, right? It's a 3 times a charm, magical incantation, like abracadabra. All right, there's a 3-syllable enunciation. Let's see, what is the next one? Here we are. The 3 Dantian. Where is it? My bad. There it is there. So the 3 Dantian or elixir fields, one of the first and first manifestations of the division of thirds. The Trinity of the mother, father, spirits, and their immortal child being born over and over and over again as the third principle oscillating from past to future. And these manifest in the human realm as the three treasures, Jing, Qi, and Shen. At the cosmic level, they're heaven, earth, and man in between. Man is the third principle. Jing, Qi, and Shen, they represent the three gifts of a good life: longevity, prosperity, and fertility. And but also there's the evil, noxious, odious, maleficent opposites, the Kliputh, right? The three great deceptions. Which I always found it interesting that the tree of life manifests in 10 and 11 spheres, right? The hypothetical 11th sphere of Da'ath. But then the Kliputh emanates in 7 spheres. And so it's the direct 7 dark opposites of the first 7 principles and days of creation. I guess it's the days of destruction, right? If God is generation and man isn't the operant position, and the D in God is destruction, all right, then that's so 3 great deceptions. I won't get into that here. I've pontificated a bit on the past, and I think it's worth it. I think it's worth inquiry and research. But yeah, I will quote the prophet of our aeon, H.P. Lovecraft, when he said, why do we do it, right? It's like getting yourself up in the morning and asking the question, why do any of it? And it's because no new horror can be more terrible than the daily torture of the commonplace. We could all go about in absolute silence. In fact, every human being on earth could live out their entire lives without ever really speaking and listening and enjoying, conversation of society, and we could still operate everything in complete silence. But where's the fun in that, right? Nobody makes a good fucking fart joke occasionally, you know? And the dominance of the external they over the internal we is what creates a system of complete silence, chilled like 1984 to the very core, that you dare not speak your inner mind to anyone other than yourself, right? Imagine that kind of fear and loathing in the kingdom. It's not something we need or want or care anything about, man. I'm going to finish off by this quote of the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor and the invocation of total integration, and let this transmission finish at really close to 4 hours, right? And so I will check the chat real quick. Make sure I say hello to everyone. Lady Paranormal, Frau Schadenfreude, all right, HP of the EOD, XXV, and Sketchy Sketches a lot. That was a fun person that just showed up very first time. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you. Hope don't let your first time be your last time, right? Frank Monday was in the chat. Miss Mary Moon was there with the zodiacal crown, right? What did Miss Mary Moon always? She represents the golden zodiacal crown with its 12 rare gemstones as it swirls and circumvents the celestial palace. Very good stuff. Axis Rat Blood was here in the early hours of the transmission, the early moments. And I think that's pretty much everyone. Wasn't a huge crowd out in the Ideas Room tonight. Miss Mary Moon, Sketches, Axis Rat Blood, of course, Lady Paranorma, Frau Schadenfreude, High Priestess EOD, and I think that's where we started. Oh, Zephyr Axolotl, that lizard, the lizard creature, slithered in, flopped around for a while, and then departed early. Oh, I think her boyfriend too, Roberto Sunshine, was there as well. Roberto. We talked about a lot of things. Sketches almost played like a reel-to-reel, or who's the other one? There's two that visit the channel from time to time. Reel-to-reel is a super high charged understander of magical operation. In fact, he's a time traveler from ancient Lemuria and then to Atlantis and then into the present era. I'm thinking paranormal something. It's not, though. And I didn't see Free Gift from God, but I appreciate y'all, good looking sex people, everyone out in Happy Land, always. And yeah, Ricardo Sunshine. I said it. I said Roberto, though, right? Robert, when in fact you are a Ricardo. Good to see you once again, amigo. I hope you are doing well. ¿Cómo está? Hasta la vista. Hasta luego. And into the adelante. Trabajar para fuck, I'm fucking up my Spanish, man. I haven't spoken Spanish in years. Good God, the last time we had a fucking Spanish-speaking Mexican in China was like 15 years ago. How do you expect me to remember any Spanish? Muchas gracias, amigo. Fare thee well. What is that? Corazón noble. I can't even remember any stuff, man. It's been so long. I need to get conversant. If the great God Force intends to send me a Spanish speaker over here to Twilight Zone Old Peking, that would be helpful. I got one dude in my office that is actually Mexican origin, and he refuses to speak Spanish. It blows my mind. I mean, I can't imagine, and I never inquired as to why, but I can't imagine being from like not wanting to speak the native language of your motherland or fatherland, wherever that may be, whenever that may be. There are a few, though. There are a few folks. They were either Mexican or Spanish or in a Spanish-speaking nation. And can't imagine the vastness of it all, though. Spanish speakers in my life have been so rare, in fact, that whenever I see or meet one, I think they're the only representative of that language group. But that's obviously not possible, right? But they seem to be, like, imagine everyone else's NPCs, and then when you make a genuine Spanish speaker, and then they refuse to speak Spanish with you, imagine what kind of karmatic crime you must be paying back. What did you do to the Mexicans, to the Spanish speakers that were refused their archetypal image to speak to you? And the ones that I met that have always been great kindness, like, oh my God, Sergio is the guy that used to sell Colombian coffee beans over here in Beijing, and he came to my swing dance class for about 3 years, maybe longer, while he worked here and tried to establish a Colombian bean coffee. And he was a wonderful salsa dancer. Like, his salsa skills were mad, but he never revealed that to me. He came to my class for like 8 months before he even revealed the fact to me that he was like almost professional level, like professional amateur level salsa dancing. And it blew my fucking mind when I found out. I was like, oh my God, because that's like mad respect. Imagine he said he'd never learned swing before. So he showed up with a completely empty mind and took every instruction like humbly and learned to dance swing and treated me like his master. Right? And here he is, a master of his own native dance style. And he copied my teaching patterns, and he started teaching his own swing dance class after that. I'm not swing dance, salsa. He taught a few nights of salsa, and I invited him to teach him mine when I found out, when he finally fucking told me. It had been like a year. He's like, I've been coming to your class for a year, and you don't even know my name, And then that's when he revealed his business and started giving me free bags of coffee. And what a treasure. I mean, you have to be a high-level teacher to invite that type of clientele that will, show up and do that. Because a lot of other swing dancers would show up and show off a little bit, show up at class and then show off a little bit and kind of bullshit you. But that was the first and only dude of sincerity that was an actual dancer that came to my class. And no, there was one other. There were a couple in the beginning. I forget. And you should always remember everyone. I don't know if you guys know the Frank Monday Kung Fu video or not that I did. The Challenger video. I don't even know if I have it available on my downloads, but I shot that with Troy's team, and Alejandro did most of the camera work on that. We actually did shift up a little bit of camera work, but for the most part, it was just Alejandro that did all of the camera on that. Let me see if I can find this here. Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna check this out.
Is it? Give me a second. Right. Back.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello? I think I'm back. I think so. Yeah, looks like we're back. Yeah, I got a bit of a disruption here, guys. I probably have to roll into the abodes of the future. Hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, let me sign off the channel real quick. We've got Grand Wizard of the Esoteric Order of Daegon doing a salutatory video to Frater Sal Smith, EOD Adeptus Exemptus, on the 100-day challenge. Way of the Psyonic Agent. Hit the likes, all that happy horse shit. Check me out at Buy Me Coffee. And we always have to finish with the... I think we already did the invocation of total integration on this video, so I don't think I'll have to do it to sign off. I'll just leave it there. Yeah. Oh, the music is playing again. Wow, that just kicked on. So I guess it has been working the whole time. Sorry if that was too loud, guys. I couldn't hear it until my connection rebooted. Yeah. As above, so below, indeed. Let me check, see, make sure, blah, blah, blah. and so on and so forth. Yeah, good fun. So keep doing good magic, and as we wander into the abodes of the future, ad astra per aspera, wishing you well, wayfarer. Until next transmission, make sure you check out the program, get with it, join the Discord, hit the likes, sub the channel, all that happy horse shit that makes YouTube algorithms bark like Pavlov's dog. And until next time, all hail the Father Daegon, all hail the Mother Hydra, the stars align, and Cthulhu has risen.